Good morning from Croydon. We are just in our roll-up and Croydon is playing Clayton today. I am Katie O'Halloran, Bowls Vic Board Director and Vice President here at Croydon. I'm joined today by Pete Middleton. Pete is our technical coach here at Croydon, but much more well known for his bowling accolades over the years. 150 plus games, Pete, for Victoria, a multitude of state and regional club titles. So thank you for joining me today.
No, my pleasure, Katie. No, this will be a bit of fun. I'll sit there and I'll watch you during the week, starring at Moama, with BPL. Well, front row seats anyway, but listening to all the boys trying to get some tips. But being a newbie, I've just got to be careful with my language, as people know me. But my apologies if anything does slip out, but hopefully it won't. No, but it's good. Nice overcast day, so, and the beautiful thing, no wind.
Yeah.
So we should hopefully see a good game.
Definitely. Sometimes wind can be a bit of a problem here, so it's nice to see not too much of a breeze at the moment. Will be interesting to see if the sun breaks through and if it has any effect on the speed of the plastic.
And as it is, being a plastic, it does. The sun comes out and some greens with the carpets and that. We turn around and the cloud cover comes over and they actually get quicker, whereas the plastic has a tendency to get a little bit slower, especially here at Croydon anyway. But with our rink that we've seen today with Rhino and Ali, probably the best of the four rinks here at Croydon, closer that you actually get to the clubhouse. The more little quirks that the greens actually got.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, bit of a home ground advantage.
So on the stream here today, we've got Ryan Drummond, skip for Croydon. You may hear us referencing him as Rhino. Third to Rhino, we've got Anthony Wachowski, otherwise known as Unch. We've then got Les Such, first year back into bowls here at Croydon. You may hear us refer to Les as Suchy. Or Leslie. And we've got Zach Wanning again, who I'm sure a lot of people out there know. We've had a few comments throughout the last couple of weeks that everyone's surprised Zach's gone from skipping to leading, but he's a very versatile player and been bowling very well.
Yep.
And then for Clayton, we've got the very well-known Ali Forsyth coming off a very busy week up at Moama, skipping. Third, we've got David Ashby, Lisa Williams playing second, and Hayden Day. With Clayton, we've got the lead second and third playing with XGs, and Ali's bowling with ABT Evos. And we've got quite a mix for Croydon. We've got Zach and Rhino bowling with XGs, Sachi bowling with Drake's Conquest, and Unch bowling with Dreamlines.
Yeah, it's an eclectic sort of mix of bowls the Croydon boys play with, but it's each their own. You play with what you're comfortable with and what you're used to. Yeah, Katie, long gone are the days with Brewers and Dunlops with the rubber smell and everything like that. That's just showing my age, but they're a very different tool than what they used to be, even going back 15 years ago.
Yeah, when I started bowling sort of 17, 18 years ago, it was all black bowls, so has definitely changed a lot. And I was over at MCC yesterday and saw a team all in white. I was quite surprised and asked who it was. It was Turak. They said it's all about keeping the tradition.
Yep.
So I hadn't seen that. It was quite surprising.
I think that's one of the beauties about this game. Like, when you look across, particularly, we'll call it Metropolitan, it still sits very much with the regional. And, traditions are really an important thing to a lot of people. You turn around and tell me another sport where you've got people at the age of 12, that are competing against people in their 90s, and able-bodied, disabled bodies, it makes no difference, and that's one of the beauties of the sport. You can take it as seriously as you want, and you can play it just for the social, gathering.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that was pretty exciting. That's the first time that anyone has ever called me quiet. So, our good friend Brad here's just had to bump up the sound for me.
You'll be living off that for a while.
Yeah, well, I think I learned it off my old man. Going back a long time ago, Dad used to, as my wife says, you walk into a bowling club and you know exactly where Dad was. And then when I started playing, 41 years ago, I'm feeling very old. A good start from Hayden. And we've got Zach following him down with what looks like a pretty good start as well. Yeah, the green here at Croydon is an interesting one. In the old days they used to have a really old synthetic that was lightning fast, but this one's been down for a few years now. And it actually, it bowls all right. It takes line, but with wind, as Katie said, can be quite challenging. There's a good shot from Hayden. Just slightly overcorrected as Zach. Good line though, good line.
Lisa's bowl's come down well there. Just a couple of foot short.
Pretty reasonable line here from Sachi. Yeah, it's a great bowl.
Yeah.
Les is an interesting character. Sachi, he's been around for a while. He started when he was really, really young.
Yeah.
Around 14 from up north. Came down the metro area. Hasn't played for, I think it's around 8 years. And
Yeah, I
then
think
walked
so.
into the club.
He knows Troy.
Yep.
Yep.
He was. I knew Sachi. He came and he played a couple of years at Mitcham. Good bowler. Actually, really nice to see him back.
Yeah, no, he's great. He knows Troy from Troy's time up in Yarrawonga, and when he found out that Troy was going to be coaching here, so Troy Stafford, he decided to take it up again, and he's living rather local, Sachi, so it was a good decision, and obviously we're happy to have him here at Croydon.
Oh, he is an asset.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Dave, when he let that go, didn't like it, and yeah, it just came out a bit rough. Touch short.
Some close heads across the green, and then some not so close heads looking across as well.
Early days.
Yep. First end, everyone gets the hang of it.
And I'm not sure that many that actually would be used to starting at 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning, though, Katie.
It was a bit rough having to set the alarm on a Sunday morning, that's for sure.
Especially after the poor girls. I don't know if anyone was watching the BPL in the final, but yeah, a good friend here, Katie, was front and centre, making a lot of noise for Moama. And a great series that was.
It was a lot of fun, and I have to thank Liam and Liam Fleming, the COO up at Moama, and Moama for putting on a great show and for their hospitality of having me all week. I think the next one's in May up at the where is it? Up in Brisbane at Pine Rivers.
Yep.
So it's phenomenal.
Sensational.
The standard of bowling this week was just unbelievable. You think that it can't get any better, and it just continued to bowl after bowl get
if
better.
anyone hasn't seen the final series, like from all 4 games,
Yeah,
you wanted, or 5 games, you want to turn around and just watch the replays. Even the last end of the last game was just amazing. The standard is incredible.
Yeah. So Croydon holding 1 here. The blue bowl there is just blocking the jack on view, so you can't see that. Ali walking back up, contemplating his shot.
As the good man always does.
Yes.
We should pump Moama too, who power our live vision today. So we thank them.
And Moama are huge supporters of the sport all round, and I think it's something we all know, but it was great to hear firsthand from the locals up in the regional area just how much support they do give the local clubs as well.
Yeah, not bad weight from Ali, just a touch wide. Tells you a little bit about the calibre of the players that are playing in Premier Division when you've got someone like Ali, and how they're able to adapt from an indoor carpet, and then they come out. They play on grass yesterday, and then today come back again playing on the synthetic, and just how well they adapt.
We're just having a bit of technical difficulty here with the cameras, but Rhino's bowls come down. Very, very close. He's just...
Great attempt.
Great attempt. Very hard to see who's holding shot now. We'll do our best at describing the situation.
Radio commentary.
Yeah. Well, they do say you got a face for radio, Pete. So
no, some of the boys here said, yeah, I'm ugly, and I know ugly. I wake up in the morning and I look in the mirror, and that's, very ugly, unlike beautiful self. I'll just make sure for Brad that I haven't kicked any of the plugs. No, thank goodness for that.
I definitely can't if I don't have long enough legs to do that. So
So why am I sitting on the big cushion then, Katie? I am a short ass as well. So
Ali's just pulled up about a foot short and a tad wide from the jack. Unch and Rano just talking about what shot they might play. It's hard from our position to see who's got shot. It is close. Would you have a call on who's got it, do you think?
Yeah, I would think Zach's still got it.
Sachi?
The jack, Sachi, sorry. I'll get used to them.
And on the other rink, you might have heard the background noise. Ray Purdy's just put in a stellar bowl. We've called out Go Prez. His last sort of 3 or 4 games he's been absolutely on fire.
So that would suggest if he's going with that weight,
we maybe did not have.
He maybe did not have shot. So that tells
Dave
me
Ashby's just, I think, indicated that Clayton have picked up that shot. We seem to have potentially
Rhino
one.
was a bit stiff then.
Yeah.
I've seen it on screen, but Ryan played a great bowl, great weight, but just laid Clayton bowl down.
Yeah,
So
Lisa
obviously made a
Williams
shot,
bowl.
but still, good close bowls, good game.
Yeah. We seem to have the cameras back up, so we'll hopefully have a better result.
Everyone's up and about. There's a bit of fireworks going on. Toddy Simmons just played a howler to take out a Croydon bowl. Give Clayton 1 or 2. And Ray Purdy's put it straight back again. Make-up of the Croydon club's an interesting club relative to most of the Premier Division sides. They've only picked up a couple of players. Captain Kirk has come back to the club after a period away.
One year hiatus. He was away.
1 year hiatus.
I think he was a bit jealous he missed out on our success last year.
But he wants to thank Barry Lester, Spanky, for the work that he did with him up in Queensland at the beginning of the season. He's been playing phenomenal bowls.
He has been very consistent. We've had Sachi obviously come back. You mentioned, come back into bowls and join the club. And
Troy joined the club from
Troy joined the club.
Coach.
Yeah, and we've also we picked up Mark Lord, who's playing over with Robin Shaw. My husband, Mark O'Halloran, otherwise known as Funky and Bomber. And so Mark Lord's come over from Heathmont as well.
Lisa's delivery just slightly over. Good start from Zach. Something thereabouts. So for those who don't know where Croydon is, we're out in the eastern suburbs. Most of you would. Great bowl here from Zach. Ripping shot. And the bird life round here is entertaining would be the best way of putting it. Unfortunately, they've got a couple of flocks of corellas who love sitting in the trees that overhang the green here. And you might see them and hear them more than anything. But the poor grass green that Croydon have got here has been decimated a couple of times with 100 birds sitting and eating all the roots of the grass and all that. So
I think between the birds and our local resident foxes as well that have decided to take resident under the clubhouse and dig up the grass green, which we've only had down, relayed for a couple of years. It's rather frustrating, and the birds have also taken a liking to ripping up the seams in the plastic, so it's rather challenging. As nice as it is to have wildlife around, it can be challenging at times.
This is what you get for living out in the urban fringe. No, she's a nice place out here, Croydon. And Dave looking eager with this bowl. And a great try. Stiff. Opens it up a little bit. Gives him an opportunity with his second bowl. Let's see what Unch can do. Two options here. He can either play a similar bowl and take Clayton's shot away, but he's going to the open hand. Just a little light on, but might make this even more difficult. Ellie's got to be a little bit careful here. He's only got the one bowl in the head. apologies, guys. It's also one of the reasons coming out into the urban fringe. Yeah, got to be careful with what I say with NBN and networks and everything like that. But we're just having a few technical glitches. So for what you've just missed, Croydon have picked up a few shots here. Made life very, very difficult for Ali and David. Zach was able to hide the jack behind 3 shorter bowls. So it was a good 4 that was picked up by Croydon then, so they're off to a good start. So across the rinks actually. Great start by Zach. Exactly where you want your first bowl to finish. Nice and tight, right behind the jack. And it's got a good reply here too. Yeah, solid bowl. On this synthetic on a day like today, anything that's within 2 foot of the jack's a reasonably good bowl. And Zach looks to be close again. Yeah, good start. Just what the skipper wants. So again, apologies guys, we've still got some technical difficulties. Brad madly trying to get the cameras to work. So at the moment we've only got the one from behind the players that look like it's operating. Liz is coming down with a good line again. And I think that'll count as 3. Widens ahead a little bit. So Brad's being very demonstrative here, so we could have things back, haven't we, Bradley? Thumbs up. We're all good to go. Good correction here from Dave. Great bowl. My old man Bob Middleton always said second was the best player in the rink, or needed to be the best player in the rink. If the lead failed, second's got to be able to draw, and if you're holding shot, you've got to play position bowls. Perfect example there. Dave playing with great weight, or Lisa I should say, playing with great weight. Apologies Lisa, I'll apologise to her personally later. Which is just playing slightly overweight on the backhand. Looking to try and trail the jack. Good weight, great try. Perfect weight for the shot, stays in the head. David just looking to lob into the head again and turns it into an even better position, which makes it that little bit more diddle for Inch to trail the jack. He's got good weight again, Unch. Just not sure that it's going to come enough. Great effort, good bowls in the head, really tight head. It's interesting just watching across the head. At the moment I think we've probably got the tightest game from the way the heads are building, other than the two bowls that are a bit short. Really good standard of bowls. And as always happens, Pete opens his mouth and look what happens. Ellie and Clayton still in a positive position here though. We see what Rhino can do. It's a very different start for Croydon today over the game they played yesterday against MCC, where MCC got away. I think at one stage led 25-2. When you consider that Croydon only got beaten by the 26 shots, it means that the remaining ends were incredibly tight. Great work from Rhino. It says a lot about the level of competition. I was talking with Todd Simmons today, and Toddy honestly believes that the competition this year is probably one of the strongest that he's played in. Ellie, I would suggest, is just trying to cover the bowls and fell a little bit short. Let's see what Ryan Drummond can do his last. A lot of danger here. Weight was good with the first. The fair line here, if it just holds, he's close, very close. What a great shot. Brilliant bowl, good control of weight, nice correction of line. Let's see what the New Zealand master can do. Ellie only needs to put another 6 feet on his last bowl. That's been interesting. There haven't been too many played. No. And surprisingly, he's changing hands. He's going back to most of the bowls and played. He's got certainly good weight here. What a great bowl. That's why he's one of the most dynamic bowlers that this country's seen, certainly for his home country of New Zealand. Great bowl from Foresight. So as you can see, Croydon down at the bottom of the ladder, but it's interesting that they have won their 3 games. And, you know, their biggest problem is that they haven't been able to string together rink wins. Deer Park are clearly out in front with Bundoora, MCC and Melbourne, but, you know, don't count out Altona, Yarraville or Clayton yet, because, you know, with, well, today, another 3 games, there's still a lot of points up for offer. And anything can happen when you're in 4th place. Just have a look at what the Sydney Lions were able to achieve in the BPL 14 this week. See, I'll have to apologise, or I'll have to apologise, guys. My girl Friday has left me. I'm a newbie with this. I'm sitting here with Brad, who's having a ball, having his breakfast, and he's been setting everything up, and we're just going with all the bits and pieces and setting the scores up. Think it's all good, Bradley? Tell me if I'm messing things up, mate. Ah.
Not a bad bowl coming down here. Ooh, just cutting under. There we go. You can probably hear in the background there's lots of noise here today. Got a few visitors from Clayton and a bit of support down here for Croydon, which is good. The players are up and about for both sides.
I think old age is catching up with me.
Why's that?
Cody, I'll turn 60. I'm positive Brad explained it correctly, and as you did with the scoreboards and stuff like that, but when scores are accumulative, they're not actually what I was doing, putting up the scores at the time. So apologies, guys, but we've got everything in order now. But again, good start from Croydon. Really good start. Solid start. Far better than what they were yesterday at MCC.
Absolutely.
Good atmosphere too. Rhino and Unch again, looking to see what shot they can play. I reckon that Unch should be looking to play with a bit of weight. We'll get Rhino to play with a bit of weight on his backhand.
Is it just the one down, do you think? I'm trying to have a
Yeah, I
look.
think it's
Just
just
the
one
one?
down.
They probably, looking at that, they probably got, maybe they've got second.
And the bowl's
Maybe.
pretty well mixed up at the back,
Yeah.
so he can afford to play with a bit of weight. And knowing Rhino, he'll probably prefer to go with more weight than less, especially on a surface like this. So.
And
And
good
that
call.
is a lot of weight.
Oh, tad wide there.
Well, again, little danger. Even the kill's a good option. Ellie looks to have slightly better weight here. Just not going to get under. Yeah, probably second shot though, so probably 2 now.
Yeah, not a bad bowl at all. Baz Waters made a return to skipping this week. Just a bit of a change up in their rink. So we've got Baz playing skip. Just missed there by Rhino. Baz playing skip, Athlete going to third. So those two have switched. And Troy Stafford leading with Weeksy going to second. And it seems that Baz has put a good bowl down. So he's obviously enjoying the return back to skip there.
He's a quiet little assassin, is Barry. He's really solid player. Played for the Eastern Rangers in the regional championships last year as skip. They did extremely well.
Absolutely.
Actually winning it.
Yes.
Which is nice for the boys.
So we've got quite the close game so far here on the live stream. It's been interesting to see just how many close games there have been this year on the live stream, which is exactly what the viewers at home is. Good pick up, Lucas, on the overall scoreboard. It's being fixed, and I think we've got Brad here. He's just changed it, so thank you for that. Richard, what's the speed of the green? Good question. I think it probably, Pete, what do you think, around 14, 15?
Yeah, it'd be 14, 15. It's always hard to tell on the plastic. It's one of those where you think the bowl's going to stop and it just keeps going. But no, 15 seconds in the overcast conditions would be pretty standard for this one today.
Yeah. Glad you're all over the scoreboard, Pete.
Yeah, my history was around forensic analysis. And I'm going, geez, yeah, we're struggling at the moment. But
I'll
and fat fingers.
leave that to you.
Making small adjustments to the scoreboard. I mean, we've just got a little lag when I change the scoreboard, and she's going, "No, that's not right. That's not right. Just trust me, Katie. Trust me."
Sorry for ever doubting you.
Well, no, most people do, so that's fine. Great bowl here from Lisa.
I was just about to say that. Oh, very good bowl.
Stunning shot. It's interesting just watching, the visiting side and just what they're actually doing, and I've always been intrigued why clubs don't, when they do turn around and come to a foreign green, even at this elite level, that we don't follow what the Romans do, and play the same hand. As Hayden's opened up on this rink with Ali playing the opposite side to what Zach is now playing. And then swapped over, which with his short bowl forced Zach to change hands. But each to their own. Good weight again from Lisa, just a touch narrow. Liz has got no danger here. It'd be ideal if he could play the alley shot almost, where if he could draw, come off his own bowl and drag the jack and hide the little yellow thing, which is just about what he's done, which is a perfect shot. Sensational bowl from Liz. Dave coming down again on the backhand with a little bit more weight, and he's got a little bit to turn around and clatter into here. Geez, this is a good standard game. He's stiff. And Croydon still holding two. In a lot better position though.
Good question, Barb. We have not had any of the rain here. It's been a little bit humid the last couple of days, but no rain. And Lucas, I don't know where Jimmy is. Good question. I figured he might be bowling today. But
Jimmy would be doing a lot better job than what I am.
I don't think so.
Oh, I do.
And Pete, we have a high Pete from Graham Clements.
Mr. Clements, not spoken for a long time, mate. You're a good man.
Just chasing the ball down the green with his little side eye.
He's got some interesting little mannerisms as our bunch.
That he does.
Interesting question with the rain here. It's weird because we're sort of at the foothills of the Dandenongs, or just a little bit north, and it really is. I live in the basin, no, not literally, but a lovely little suburb just at the foot of the Dandenongs, and we get a truckload of rain. It was spitting there this morning, but when you come over to Croydon, it's almost like they're out of this shadow, and there's an area that comes from Doncaster through Croydon to Lilydale.
Very protected.
That are very protected. They're really lucky.
I can reinforce that, having lived right near the basin. Practically one side of the street was the basin, one was Baronia, and the amount of rain that I would cop there, and then you'd drive to Croydon and go, what, are we in a different state with the amount of rain that you would get and not get?
Absolutely.
Lucas has given you a compliment. Pete said you're much better, Peter, than Jimmy.
Oh.
And Barb said don't sell yourself short. And welcome Carl Armstrong, watching from Newcastle upon Tyne in England, a long way away.
Again, this is one of the things that I love about technology these days that didn't have, that, you can be anywhere, in the world, well, nearly anywhere in the world as things are occurring around us, but you can be watching and enjoying, bowls at what is, our highest level. They're certainly putting on good display here today. It's a great bowl from Munch here and a great home. Now he's got an opportunity here with a little bit of weight on the backhand, and dislodge the two bowls and lie two. On a green like this, as it was at Moama during the week, it's all about the line with the weight. Synthetic is sometimes a really hard green to actually judge and gauge. And just not going to come for him. Oh, great try. Little edge off the outside bowl of Hayden's. The boys aren't helping us much, giving us an idea of who's got shots, so it must be close.
It's very close. I've just realised, interesting, on the Purdy Simmons rink, they've said 1-1 on 3, which obviously doesn't, I mean, that's what we've got up on the board. Probably maths doesn't work out unless it had a non-scoring end.
We could have a non-scoring end, although I would have thought we would have heard a lot more noise.
So as soon as that scoreboard is updated, we will update that. Just to clarify, it's not our mistake, Pete. We are working with what's in front of us.
I would have accepted it being my mistake because I make a lot of mistakes.
I did double check it just to make sure it wasn't your mistake,
Thank
Pete, and then I just thought we'd clarify it wasn't ours.
Just slightly underlined here is Rhino's bowl. Great weight for the shot. Again, tight heads, not a lot of scores being made. What we like to see. I think that's one of the things that impresses me at this level, Katie, is just the way the game's played relative to other divisions and all that, where you have bowlers that in every position that can play a shot. And unlike maybe the lower divisions where you get people who'll play a really good bowl and take a bowl out of their head and pick up a number, but in this, everyone can play a good shot.
Yeah. And I think that's reflective of the recent changes we've had here at Croydon of our rinks. You've got probably across the board people who could be playing back end. We've had people that have been playing sort of second and lead going into skip and third position and winning their rinks and contributing to the overall rink win as well. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Like 3-4 weeks ago, Croydon decided to make a change and we'll say went with a more mature back end.
Yep.
And
nice way to put it.
Yeah, well, you got Robin Shaw, who's skipped to next teammate of mine at Mitcham. Ray Purdy, who's the pres here, who's been playing outstanding.
It's been incredible form.
He played Wayne Roberts last week, and I won't say what Wayne actually said, but let's just say that he thought Ray played an exceptional game, one of the best games that he'd ever had skipped against him, particularly in the last 10 years. But again, it's amazing what confidence, a bit of belief in what you can actually do at this level. Because from a technical perspective, like we said, everyone can play a good bowl. It's the number of bad bowls that you played, but it's the belief in your ability, and it's not an arrogance. I know a lot of people used to say with me that, and there's their own opinions, and I'm happy with that. That I was pretty arrogant on the green. If people actually knew me, I'm probably one of the least arrogant people that you'd ever meet.
Reinforce that.
But you have to have a belief, and you see it with all of the players out here. The likes of Ali, Snapper, Dylan Fisher, Todd, have all played at the highest level. Mr. Eldridge, who is gold medalist, for Australia. Again, even with the girls, there is a confidence about their ability. They have a belief that they belong, and they play at this level. And again, tell me another sport where you've got men and women who can play alongside each other at the highest level. And all admiration of Pam Arno, who's leading for Ray Purdy. I had a chat to her during the week, and she played a single semi-final and really tight match and 34 ends. She was paying for it with sore legs and sore arms and everything like that on the Saturday, but she said on the Saturday she really, really struggled, that she just doesn't feel like she belongs. And then she goes and plays in a tournament on Sunday, wins the tournament, and I said, so what's the difference between playing Friday, Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah.
And it's just a belief, she belongs. She gets picked in a team of, and it goes with anyone. You get picked in a team, you're a team member of 4, you turn around and you're there for a reason. People have got confidence in there,
Absolutely. We've got the legendary John Dixon, life member here at Croydon. Dicko, how are you going now? Watching us?
Enjoying north of the divide, I hope, Dicko, still. Important bowl, this one from Les Such here. He's just going to fall short. Slightly underlined. He could finish on the wide side to protect the the group of Ellie's 3 bowls from the
Be a
draw.
bonus.
Would be very handy indeed. Lisa had great weight with her first bowl. And just slightly overcorrected. And Les with great weight, but again just that slightly bit narrow. It's made 2,
Yep.
but the shot's still there for the draw.
Absolutely. Just not a bad bowl at all there.
Good weight for the shot, and I think this is one of the intriguing things with this green at Croydon, that as the sun starts to come out, you'll find it'll actually get wider.
Yeah.
And the sun's starting to break through.
Yeah, it has.
Clouds are starting to burn off, and the green will actually get wider. By nature, it gets quicker, but it's a strange surface with the plastic here.
Yeah, absolutely.
As with most plastics, I think.
Yep.
Not having the benefit of a canopy.
Yes.
It is very much prone to the effects of the conditions.
Wunsch getting very
this
close
is a good
here.
shot here and takes...
Yes, there we go.
Yep.
Very good shot there.
A very nearly brilliant bowl. Ali's starting to get interested in this one. Dave taking the laconic step down the green and has played a brilliant bowl.
That is a phenomenal bowl.
A phenomenal shot.
And Ali's indicated one shot to Clayton there, or holding one there.
And thankfully for Unch, was able to put the bowl in decent position, otherwise it would have been 2, or they would have been left with just the one bowl inside 4.
Yep. Just a shout out to BCIB, who obviously sponsor the Metro Premier Division here. And a big shout out to Henselite, who are the big sponsors for the Vic Open. I think Henselite were obviously pretty happy with the result of the Sydney Lions getting up in the BPL, 2 of their stars, and Aaron Sheriff, I think, winning as well as a Henselite bowler. So very, very thankful here at BV for the support of our sponsors. And obviously Moama, as we've given them a big plug earlier. Fantastic club, lots of sponsorship, lots of support for local clubs.
But not only for local clubs, Katie, it's also just a brilliant bowl here from Unch.
We have to interrupt that sponsorship talk for a brilliant bowl.
For a brilliant bowl, but geez, the standard on this head, on this rink.
Here's the replay that we can watch. Look at that.
Just perfect weight. All it was just draw shot, exactly the same bowl as his first. Sometimes they're the hardest shot to play. You hear the skip say, same as your last, and people will go, what do I do with the first one? Yeah. But no, perfectly executed by Unch. Yeah, we've been treated to a fairly high standard here, guys. No, Moama and what they've done for bowls, not only local but also interstate, and has been phenomenal for as many years that I played for the state. And it's been a little while now, but no, they've magnificent facilities in hosting us and sponsoring. Oh, what a result!
That is a massive result. So that is the 2. I think that the two David Ashby bowls there that it's landed between. Is that hard to see? There's a few white bowls on the green, so we've got 2 white bowls being Unch, but we've also got 2 white bowls with David Ashby, white and red speckled, and then we've got 2 cream bowls, white and green, with Lisa Williams. So a bit difficult to see, but it looks like it may be between Clayton bowls.
If I actually put my glasses on, Katie, I might be able to see better, mightn't I?
I can't even say that. I have any glasses to help me.
I think it'd be David Ashby's bowl.
In front.
Slightly short.
Yeah.
Could well be short.
Yep.
That shot.
It's just whether it's Uncha's bowl or
No, I'm pretty sure it's
Lisa
Uncha's bowl
Williams.
looking at it.
You think it's Uncha's bowl?
Yep. What a great attempt here. Oh,
Great attempt.
they've definitely got one now of Clayton. A great attempt from Ryan. Again, it's funny, Katie, and I think we are being spoilt. When I have a look at the heads across the rinks at the moment, this is by far the tightest game.
Absolutely.
They're just like being on the TV.
Yeah. Just while Ali's walking back, so obviously we've spoken about the big supporters of Bowls Victoria and how thankful we are. Just a shout out to Stockdale and Lego Croydon, one of our major sponsors here. Chris and the team down at Main Street are phenomenal supporters of our local club, so we'd like to thank them. And if anyone in the eastern suburbs does need any real estate or property support, we definitely recommend calling in or giving Chris Price a call at Stockdale and Lego Croydon. Ali's still trying to work out what call to make. Looks like he may be going a little bit big. Yes, he is going big. Ooh. It's good to see a little bit of support down here for both sides here today. Probably about 20 people here watching, given it's not a too hot day.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful conditions if anyone wants to come down. And, you know, we've got Premier Division and Division 1, so all the players who played Division 2 and lower, you know, get out, you know, if you can't come down to Croydon, go to your own local club.
Absolutely.
If you've got teams playing in, you know, Premier Division or Division 1. They can do with the support, but what it also means...
Great bowls.
You watch great bowls.
It's a great bowl here by Rhino, is it?
Oh,
He's just got his own.
Just so close. And again, the boys are helping us with not telling us what the score is. But
we
we've
did
seen
give them
it.
the
No,
little
it was
indication.
just a 1 to Ali.
I don't mind that. They're obviously very focused on their game, and it's what's giving us the close match here. So we'll just be waiting for the scoreboard to be updated, which they've just done.
And Peter with his fat fingers, if he can operate the computer. Look at that. That might have worked. So Clayton are making a bit of a rally here.
They have.
So Dylan Fisher's just picked up another 2 on his ring, which has closed the gap again. Me and my fat fingers again. For those that don't know me, I was a forensic analyst for ANZ Bank for 35 years and managed actually 10 years ago, it'll be this year, to actually cut off the thumb of my right hand. So I have really fat fingers.
How did you manage that?
Oh, well, yeah, it's what happens when a shiny bum goes and works with a table saw.
Oh, wow. That would have been fun, I can imagine.
Yeah. The son at the time was only 12 and he'd just started watching NCIS, so he got to go down and find the bits of the bone. And sorry if anyone's eaten lunch or anything like that and the blood splatters on the wall, and he was able to tell me exactly what happened. No, the poor thumb gets in the road sometimes.
Dicko's just said, great to hear the legend Pete Middleton on the mic, and I'm okay too.
No, brilliant, mate. Brilliant, mate. Caught up with Dicko earlier on in the year when he was down here, and he's looking extremely well.
Yep, Cobram suits you, Dicko.
Katie just doing the good ordered thing and making sure that Pete has got the scores right. And the sun has really broken through here now. As you can see on the green, lots of shadows. It'll be interesting just to see how the players adapt. It's only a small change, but it will make an effect.
It can be tricky, that's for sure.
So at the moment we've got 3 pretty tight games, and Robin Shaw, who's playing against Dylan Benwell, is out to a 7-shot lead.
Another very close head on this game. Sachi's bowl coming down. They like it.
What a brilliant bowl.
Another brilliant bowl by Sachi. He likes those conquests. Hi, Dorothy from Scotland. Good to have you tuning in.
You're talking before about sponsors, and geez, you know, it's quite amazing these days with the sponsors that we have, and I think there's a realisation with people that it's no longer just an old man's game as it was when I first started. When I first started, Katie, the average age of the stateside was 57, and I was only 21. Whereas now the average age of the stateside's, you know, in the mid to low 20s, and it just proves that this game is accessible and available to everyone. I think sponsors are really starting to get on board, and they realise that there's actually a whole heap of benefit in supporting bowling clubs.
Yeah, I think when I started, you look around, all the sponsors were for retirement villages.
Funeral
Unfortunately,
homes.
I was going to say for funeral homes, financial planning for retirement. But you look around here and there's a lot of different, you still do obviously get a couple of those type of sponsors, and they're really important sponsors, but there's a wide variety now. Just pulling up a little bit short there for Onch. I think as well, not just for our sponsors here at Croydon, but for all sponsors out there, I think all clubs are really thankful. It's been a really tough couple of years for those businesses out there with COVID, and I know here speaking from Croydon, but I'm sure I'm speaking for many clubs, the ongoing support of our sponsors means the world to us, and we hope that we can obviously just repay, nice bowl there, we can repay their support through ongoing support of their business.
And again, it's like in Country Vic, football club, and the netball club are generally the community base, but I'm finding more and more that the bowling clubs are becoming a community hub for people and stuff like that. And I know how much people have missed just the sense of community through COVID. It's been such a hard time, and I think Bowls Victoria would be complimented. It's been really, really hard, just to even get the competitions up and running, and with what they've done has been sensational.
I completely agree. I think Tony and the team have done a fantastic job there. That's a fantastic, great bowl there by Unch. I think a lot of the viewers at home probably underestimate the challenges working with the government and the advice, and it's easy to get up and hear a press conference that says they can do this, but we're waiting up to a week for the detailed advice as to what can go on and what can't, and sometimes that advice is clear as mud. So Tony and the team at BV have done a phenomenal job, and definitely deserve all the praise that they get. Just over on the other rink, Athlete did what could only be described as Dennis Committee's centimetre perfect bowl. And he's just about to come up for another one. But here comes Ali's bowl.
Here, just under the line. Oh. Hayden's bowl rocked back. Still think that Croydon hold shot. And don't think the effects of COVID, unfortunately, are going to be with us for a little while longer, particularly when it comes to all the promotion and relegation. So that Bowls Vic could fit in the 14 rounds,
Yeah,
or the
absolutely.
14 weekends, and therefore the 14 rounds, we've had Division 2 and below, where there's been divisions that have had 10 sections of the 8 teams, and unfortunately for a lot of the teams, you finish just out of the finals, and
Which
probably
likes this
can
ball
set
from
up
Rhino.
what a
Might have gone back
too
to
good
Sachi.
almost, but still shot to Sachi.
Yeah.
So you just finish out of finals, but you might end up being relegated. But I think people have got to understand and appreciate it is the nature that Bowls Vic, by doing what they did, making the changes to Pennant and allowing us to be able to continue to play, a season of at least 14 games.
Yeah.
These are just some of the consequences, unfortunately, of what's been a really horrific period for people.
Yeah. And I think for anyone out there who's been listening for a while, I ducked off commentary for a little bit, and I think this is probably the most real reminder that whilst it might feel like COVID's going away, just how important it is for bowls clubs and administrators of bowls clubs to be on top of this. We just had our first visit from the Department of Justice, COVID authorised officers, just to check in on our COVID safe plan and vaccination of our volunteers. So I can thankfully say here at Croydon we've got a very good president who's across all of that. So I gave them the affirmation that we are on top of it all, and I'll get them that information once the game's finished.
So it's your dollars at work, They do work on a Sunday, and just come at the most unexpected time. So
here comes
which
Ali's
is good
bowl.
to see, actually.
Bit of weight.
Looking for a bit of pin action wide off the bowls.
But just a good reminder to all clubs out there, just to make sure you're staying on top of this. You'd hate to have gotten through a season and not have and sort of stumble at the last hurdle with not having the correct paperwork. I know that everyone's put in an immense amount of work to get to this point. So just a good reminder, and it sounded like they're sort of looking at some more of these community organisations at this point in time now. So,
and that's where it has been challenging, Katie. I know there's been, as you said, a lot of confusion about, the rules, and, a lot of club members probably don't realise that with bowling clubs they've had the opportunity to define themselves of one of two things, either as a community sport or a recreational activity.
Yep.
And depending on how you actually define the club depends on the rules that you've got to apply by. And in the back door, that's one way of doing it.
Probably not by design, but...
No. As Wunsch hand up apologising, but no, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And we're assuming it's two. The boys, we'll have to have a word with them. I'll go off and I will have a word with Wunsch and Dave.
I even asked Sachi to give us a little indication. And we're getting nothing.
I'm going to go off and have a word to Sachi. Oh, he's a good boy. He's going to put it up on the scoreboard at least.
Commend them that they're staying clear of the cameras at this point, which is a good thing.
And it was too. Lucky shot, but still, it doesn't matter. You got the shot, second shot, that's all that matters. And Barry Ward with Athlete, with his dynamic bowls, has put their rink ahead too. So here goes Pete again, trying to update the scoreboard for everyone.
Just finishing about 3 foot short there for Zach.
Just as Barry Ward picked up a 4, Dylan Bedmall's picked up a 4 against Robert Shaw. This time that going up considerably too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, 6-shot difference, good close game, what we'd like to see. I am biased, I am supporting Croydon. I'm a member of Croydon, I might be coaching here. my club, Mitcham. I'm still a member. Haven't played for 4 years. I just decided to take a break from the game.
Pete, I've just fixed Pete up. He was on mute and he's talking away.
You heard me in the background there, rambling away. This is what I do. I just got the nudge from Katie. Turn the mic up.
So he was just saying that as Baz, an athlete, picked up a 4, Benwell picked up a 4 just to tighten up that match for sure with Shorey and Benwell.
It's a 6-shot game across the board. It's a close game.
It is, absolutely.
What you like to see. And I was saying that I'm a little bit biased, yes. I'm fortunate enough that I was asked by Croydon to come down and help with some technical training.
Which we're very
coaching.
thankful for.
And it is. I'll talk a little bit about it later maybe, but it's something that I appreciate. I haven't played now for 4 years and I just gave the game away because I just wasn't enjoying it and was playing it for all the wrong reasons for other people. And as my grandmother said, if you don't enjoy it, don't do it. So I didn't, but I enjoy the coaching and I enjoy teaching people. And so I think we've had 37, 38 students out of the 96 that have played Pennant here with Croydon, and hopefully they're benefiting from a bit of my wisdom. And I think the nicest thing is that they've been quite open to the suggestions, and it's a holistic thing that we look at. It's not just technique,
absolutely.
It's the mind side of things, it's the emotion, it's the conditions, the gameplay.
Well, I think that's just the way to look at it. It's not just the technical side that contributes to a team and a win. It's all of it.
And it is, for the players who begin, and I've had new bowlers with arm, able-bodied, disabled-body, and for the newer bowlers and all that, it is all very much about the technical side. But the higher the level and the longevity that people have had in the game, it becomes more about the mental side of bowls. It's a great shot here from Lisa.
Yeah,
perfect draw shot, hard up against the jack. Makes it hard for the jack to go back now.
Absolutely.
There is an avenue here on the forehand. Let's see if Rhino gets Unch to play the shot just on the draw. Or he may even go big at this with lots of bowls in the head. And I think that's, again, one of the big things, Katie, that, I'm a great believer that you don't play defensive, but you play protective, particularly at this level. You have 2 or 3 bowls in the head, you're not going to lose big numbers.
Unch is going big.
He's close.
Which's taken out all but one of their bowls.
Yep, so that's not a bad result now.
Yep.
Only the one down, nothing to lose. Bowls in the head. And David trying to follow Lise down. Just finishing that yard short. I would reckon Unch will go again. It's always hard to come back on these surfaces, Katie, from
absolutely.
From a full-blooded drive.
Positioning himself.
Yep. Close.
Ooh, very close.
Being spoilt here. God, Brad's often out the hot cross buns, and he's got it. Although I'm not sure where the coffee. No coffee, Brad? No? Jeez.
The club's looked after us here with water.
Yeah, no, anything. I'm actually on a diet, so blew out to 127 kilos. Yes, I am a bit of a fat boy at the moment, but in the last 3 weeks I've lost 7.5 kilo.
Oh, great effort.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you find out that the Slurpees you've been drinking have 47 teaspoons of sugar in them.
Oh.
So we've cut those out and look what happens. We'll see whether Rhino, I would reckon Rhino will go big at this again.
You'll have to get onto the Slurpees that do the no sugar ones. There are a few no sugar Slurpees out there.
My beautiful wife, I said, but I did go with the no added sugar. She said, that's right, no added sugar. Yeah. So 47 really is about 25 but teaspoons. Close again. Oh,
just
it's the old adage. Holes for bowls.
Yep. after spending the week up at Moama with lots of delicious food and a few drinks to be had, I did get on the scales and I'd put a little bit of about 1.5 kilos on. So time to get back on the diet. I'd lost.
You still are the rose between the two thorns, Bradley, isn't it? I just get this eye roll. Looks like my 2.5-year-old grandson with the eye roll there. Thanks, Brad.
And Ali protecting the back there. Do you think deliberately there? Just looking to get one at the back, or do you think he was more going towards?
It's hard to tell because it's one of those situations where if you've already gone through holes, you're holding a good one, potentially two. Yeah, they've already gone big with the first one. You don't want to really clutter the head up and put anything close again. And I think, again, this is one of the things where, bowls at this level, you watch the tactics that come into play. Rhino is going big again.
No.
It's quite amazing. 4 for 4.
Bowls, yeah. No,
if it was football, we would all be very excited. But unfortunately, in this game of bowls, no.
Not so good. Blake says, get on the gin and tonics, mate.
Well, gin and tonics, could be all right. Great lover of flavour and stuff like that, and found some additives that rhubarb syrup and mandarin syrup, and someone said gin, tonic, a bit of this stuff, and you go, that could be all right.
Yeah. I quite enjoyed up at Moama gin and tonic with wild berry added.
Absolutely.
So no sugar, no carbs.
Nope.
It was very nice, to say the least.
Good weight from Ali, but he's not just going to quite get there. Fraction wide. If he had been online, he would have been counting.
Yeah, he would have been counting for sure. So just the one there to Ali, which gets his nose in front.
It's where it's interesting when you look across the heads. 4's been the largest score of any one rink, and lots of 1s and 2s, which just tells you the standard of the bowls that are being played.
Just doing a little audit, and we've just realised we've Baz Ward and Fisher are at 8-4 according to the scoreboard, so we've just updated that. And we're just getting an update, so it's actually 9-4. So while you're there, Pete, you might want to update that. 9-4 on 8.
That's bizarre. Yeah.
There we go. Yep. We're just waiting for an update on Ray Purdy's rank, so it's 4-4 on 7. We just need to update that.
You'd think after 35 years working in a bank and working with computers, you'd actually be able to use one of these things. I use the big machines though, not these little things. Great start from Hayden here, and an equally good bowl from Lisa, turning bowl into a great position. No real target. This is where it's important for Rhino to try and build the head. doesn't have to get shot. The only bowl that's really got to get shot is the last bowl. It's important for Sachi to be to the head, and unfortunately I think he's just going to drop that little bit short. So Ali in the team line 3 here in a strong position. Lisa's just got to repeat exactly what she's done. She's good angle. Ali likes it. And touch again. Yes, sets very little up to sit on. So Croydon boys still just got the open draw and try and set up something. Widen the head. Second shot be really good. I think Sachi's got better weight here. Not quite. This is where at this level, Katie, it's so important that, you know, you've got to be on your game end after end after end. You fail on one end and you run the risk of losing a number, and it changes the whole dynamic of a game sometimes.
Absolutely. I know we had one rank yesterday drop a 6 and they ended up only losing by 10, which when you think about it, the 6 changed the whole momentum of the game.
Absolutely. You've got teams that turn around and, you know, they might be only 1 or 2 shots down, you know, and then they'll go chasing numbers because they think they have to, and they'll play big bowls that may well go awry or, you know, whatever, and suddenly you drop a 5 or a 6. Now you're 8 down and you're literally pushing the proverbial uphill. And it just makes it so hard. You give the opposition, you know, a bit of a buzz, and, you know, your own teammates, you know, backsides drop a little bit and you go, So it makes it hard. It's why every bowl in a game is so critically important.
Yeah. So it looks like at this stage Clayton are holding 3 on this end. So see how Unch's draw shot comes in here.
Unch's got good weight, but just that tad wide.
Yeah.
And Croydon boys haven't played many bowls down on the forehand side, going
that way
down south.
Seems to have better weight here. No, got called too early. Still a bit
2 rolls short for counting.
Yeah.
As I said before, Katie, it's interesting what I'm just noticing across the heads. The sun's come out. The plastic gets that little bit tackier and it does get wider, and it actually gets slower.
Yeah.
So the bowls have got to travel a further distance because it is, you know, getting that little bit wider. Oh, good result. He's opened it up a bit. He's still 4 down, but he gives Rhino an opportunity
to draw into it.
To draw, to save.
I think you're right, Pete. You look across. There's across the heads, majority, probably what 70% of the bowls are short of the jack.
Absolutely.
With the sun coming out now. So.
Whereas when you actually look across the heads, but particularly this rink, you know, the last 2 ends, it's been a significant change where, you know, the bowls have been falling that, you know, 3-4 feet short. Whereas before they were all in the scoring zone just behind the jack, you know, within the 3-4 feet. And even Ali's been caught here, although he is going to count.
Yeah, so that'll be... So Clayton holding a fair number at the moment, 5 shots there.
I won't jinx Rhino. One would suggest plenty of room. Time will tell though, pressure's a funny thing.
coming down his weight. Doesn't look too bad.
Just stopping where they were running before.
Yeah. With the sun coming out, we're getting a bit of glare on the screen, so it's making updating the scoreboard that little bit harder, isn't it?
I think I'll leave that for Katie to do. The blind man's having a problem.
I think we need to have a go at moving the shade sail as well, maybe. Ali's coming down with his second here. He's got the weight. Oh, if he hadn't missed for that bowl, he had the weight. He just hit that one of those front bowls and unfortunately didn't get there, but he definitely had the weight.
So unfortunately for Croydon, dropped a small number there. 3, which gives Clayton a 5-shot gap now. It's covered by Barry Ward's team. And Croydon's still slightly in front. So there hadn't been a lot of change in lengths, Katie.
No, they've been playing
still
pretty
playing
consistently.
the 3/4, to longer.
Yeah.
And again, it's interesting. Another bowl that's just not finishing like they were before. Funny, I think it's halfway, nearly, and things have gone a little bit quieter here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lull, isn't there?
I think the sun's come out. The Corellas have decided they've gone away to go and find some shade. It says here as one starts screeching at us in the background.
Roger, the question of who's on the mic. So I'm Katie O'Halloran. I'm Bowls Vic Board Director and Bowls Vic Vice President. And we've got the infamous Pete Middleton here. Gave him a bit of a stellar introduction earlier. So Pete has come across to Croydon this year as a technical coach, kindly offering up his time to support our players in a bit of one-on-one coaching. Pete's also well known for his... Pete estimates at around 170, 180 games for Victoria and a multitude, obviously, of state, regional and club titles. So very thankful to have Pete on the mic. Otherwise, I'd be here on my own. It'd be very boring.
I got the call out and, I'm doing the coaching, says Katie, or, I'm funky, can you help us? Jimmy not being here today. Not sure why, but
I'm assuming you might be bowling, maybe?
Deep tones. I once got told that, a nice deep voice for... speak over and stuff like that on, certainly far prefer being on radio and, it worries me the camera in front of me. because I am an ugly individual.
No, so very thankful to have you here, Pete. One, it would be
My
boring
pleasure.
for me here on my own, and two, I think the people at home would be bored of me as well. So
Well, hopefully I'm doing the good game a bit of a service here. No, but it's nice to be asked. Nice to just be involved.
absolutely. And we've got Alan McKenzie just joining us from Scotland. So good to have. We've got a few international viewers, so it's fantastic.
I think it's the fourth or fifth one that we've
Yeah.
had, so it's been
Got
brilliant.
some England viewers, some Scotland viewers. Amanda James has just said, love hearing the dulcet tones of Peter Middleton. Love to all the Middletons, especially my longtime friend Bobby. And Roger, you're very welcome.
Thanks, Amanda. I've got to bring Dad down one day and see you guys at Bowls Victoria. It's for those that don't know, Dad, unfortunately, well, he's now 86 and has a neurological condition where he's a significant fall risk, and so he's in an aged facility in Box Hill, and rang him this morning, told him what I was doing, what happened in the bowls yesterday, and I'll ring him again tonight and tell him how badly I've gone on the the commentary. No, he's an interesting guy, my father. He's this game for a long time was his life in all respects, both work-wise, because he worked for Bowls Victoria as a development officer, but also administratively with the club, and also just his amazing bowls record.
Yep.
And he's still very, very switched on, believe me. He still gives me a lot of what for if I get things wrong. He takes great pleasure in correcting.
As my father would say, any dad should do that.
Absolutely, and I don't mind it. We have good joke. He's more of a best mate than he was a dad. He's a good man, my dad.
Yeah.
Often criticised, the old, pedestal, and, us Aussies like knocking people on a pedestal and all that, but
definitely.
He's done a lot of things for the sport.
Oh.
In all respects, so I'm proud to call him my dad. So
Fantastic man for the sport. For those at home may have just noticed, I've done a correction on the Purdy Simmons scoreboard. I've had I had a brain fade, so it was Simmons was on 5, and instead of adding the cumulative score, I just put 5 down, so that made it 4 + 5 = 9, rather than just a total of 5.
I got confused before. Is it a cumulative or it's just no? We'll, by the 21st end, we'll have it.
Yeah, we'll have it ready, but we'll have it completed by this afternoon.
And I think there's been a bit of a fair turnover on Dylan Benwell's ring. Robin Shaw's played a big bowl and they've taken 2 or 3 out, so
only 2 in
turnover. So no, just a couple.
I think they were down a couple, so I think it was a fair turnaround. That rink will be, I think we can guarantee that this rink we're watching here won't be the last rink to finish. Those who know Robin Shaw know that he is probably close to, and he won't mind me saying this, but the slowest man in bowls. Add my husband in there, they are a slow mix.
Well, as Robin has said to me on a number of occasions, he likes to bore the opposition to defeat. It's a great shot here from Ali. Yeah, great shot, Ali. Again, this could be a situation where Clayton are holding a number of shots. I find it interesting, the different perspectives that we have here, Katie, commentating from the side here and then using the cameras as Brad changes them round.
Yeah.
I didn't realise how difficult it is to judge the perspective and just who has shot and who doesn't have shot. So it gives me a bit of appreciation of what the guys do on the TV. It isn't easy.
Yep. It was interesting just the week up at Moama. When you couldn't see the head, you'd watch it on the TV screen and you'd either think for sure it was that person's shot, or you'd think for sure it was multiples, and then it gets called. So it is interesting just to see how sometimes the camera angle can play funny things, and doesn't always indicate. So we will try to give you the best indication from where we are. Obviously we're sitting parallel to the rigs, so at times we obviously can't see and have to rely on the camera as well.
And just listening to Ali here saying this has got to run, it's just blowing a bit of smoke, but I think he's got enough. Be close again. Team have given some applause, so I think he's added to the score there. Big bowl here from Ryan. Boys are getting down to have a look at this. Oh, and as he's turned another bowl. No, I think this is another number the Croydon boys have lost.
Lynn, as far as I'm aware, there's no news on Alpha's bowls that were left in an Uber. So for those listening along at home, Alpha from Clayton left his very prized possession of bowls. I believe he might have bought them from Barry Lester, so they're Australian bowls, green and yellow in the back of an Uber. And unfortunately, Uber aren't able to track down the driver for some reason, and it's now a police matter. But they obviously mean a lot to Alpha, and is desperate to get them back. So if anyone listening happens to see a set of green and yellow bowls up for sale, they're obviously quite distinctive. I'm sure Clayton and Alpha would like to know about it.
He's a good kid, Alpha, and when I say kid, you know, he's getting on in age and stuff like that, but no, he's quite emotional. He's quite upset about it. No, so that's 5 shots that have just been dropped by the Croydon side here. So, as we were saying, very quickly how the game can turn around from what was a close game at 2 ends. Losing, I think it's 9 shots in the 2 ends. Yeah, just see how the Croydon boys fight back. And knowing Ali, he'll try and turn the screws a little bit. Yeah, the Clayton boys have certainly adapted far better to the change in the conditions, although again, it'd be interesting to see what happens as the cloud cover starts to come over again. So you've got to continually be aware of your surrounds, and
absolutely.
You know, and even though we don't have the wind, the conditions are changing, particularly with the synthetic greens, and they're all so very, very different, as you'd appreciate, Katie, with, you know, even Moama. Those that have been up to somewhere like Moama, where playing on BPL, even though it's undercover, the TV rink is not where the games are normally played. Yep. So they're off, you know, the normal running surface and stuff like that, and it has major effect on the bowls.
Yeah, and it's interesting just listening to the players. Oh, another 2 great lead bowls there by Clayton. It was interesting listening to the players. They said that, you know, change one hand was significantly faster than the other on the TV rink. It changed game to game as the night wore on, depending on how humid or hot it was.
Particularly with the carpet, the humidity plays such a huge effect, you know, on the bowls. But, you know, for one side, you know, when you consider that it's actually undercover, you know, doesn't have the effects of sunlight. Yeah. And yet it really does, still, you know, has a huge effect.
And I think it was quite interesting, the fact that Sydney Lions won on Friday night. They obviously had to play the most games to get through to the final.
And it helped.
I think it was an advantage having to lose that first game and then winning all the way through.
Bar the one game, which was the second semi for...
They played every game. And they were able to see the changing conditions and adapt to it, whereas I think the other teams that were on and off obviously took a little bit of time to adapt to the conditions, and obviously
and to be honest, I think
for them.
Alex Marshall with, you know, Brisbane Pirates may well have emulated exactly what they did. The very first, you know, elimination final was an exceptionally good standard of game, which either side could have turned around and won.
Yep.
Great bowl from
Sachi. Absolutely.
So it's interesting, one bowl and how it can change the dynamic of a head from being what would have been a fairly safe situation. Now, you know, Croydon are in a far better dominant position here.
Yep, absolutely. And Martin or Fonzie, I will definitely pass on your hello to Funky. He obviously speaks fondly of your time here at Croydon.
As such, he's been asked to change hands. Coming down now on the backhand.
And there you go, Funky has just put down a great bowl and changed the head up significantly over on the other rink. And another good bowl here by Sachi.
Yeah, good shot, good change of hand. And the two hands here at Croydon really are very different. The thing I love about Ali and his instruction to his players, he gives exactly the weight that he wants, and he gives options and allows them to play what shot they're confident in. But he gives absolutely clear, demonstrable.
You can absolutely
play
understand
with this
it.
weight, you've got this chance. Skipper doesn't have to be the best bowler in the rink. They've got to be a
leader.
Yeah, they are. It's about being a leader. You've got to be a purple manager. You've got to be a psychologist.
Yeah.
Strategist.
When you think about the week Ali's had up at Moama, play yesterday, probably drive back from Moama yesterday morning, play yesterday, play today.
No, I know, and that's, as I said before, it's a tantamount, to his ability.
Yeah, absolutely. Unch coming down here. Just sitting Sachi there. Another Croydon bowl in the head.
Just cutting the head again. Possibly a couple of shots. Croydon, Ryan assessing the situation.
So he's really evened up this game. Only a couple of shots in it once the scoreboard updates. Or a few shots in it. Yeah, a couple of shots.
Yeah, perfectly positioned where Rhino wanted the bowl.
It's interesting with this being the tightest the game's been, how quiet across. Apart from one rink there, Todd Simmons just got a good shot in. It's very quiet across the four rinks.
Well, Tash doesn't say a lot, but Toddies can be quite vocal.
And it's probably the rink that Todd and Tash have got probably our quietest rink.
Yes.
With Ray, Kirky, Frankie and Pam.
Yep. But again, each their own.
Absolutely. Do what makes you tick and gets the best out of yourself.
Absolutely.
Although Pete, you and I did take great joy last week seeing Ray do a little gallop up the green and a little bit of a jump up in the air, which...
Yeah, a bit excitable was the president. Oh, Ali, if only it would fall. Rhino's still got no real danger here. From our angle here, as Unch is just showing tight draw, really no danger at all. If he was to land Ali's last, what I would think was second shot, he could actually make a number here. And even if he was to turn on to Zach's front bowl that's just short of the jack, any movement of the jack, 1 or 2 feet, could result in a number here for Croydon, and they desperately need it.
Rhino just asked if he thinks we've got shot, and Unch's reply was, "My eyes are terrible, don't trust me."
So Zach's gone, well, yeah, I think so. So big bowl here.
The boys like
He's
it.
close here.
He's very, very close.
This is an exceptionally good bowl.
Is exactly what was needed. Great bowl, Rhino.
Brilliant shot, Rhino.
Pete Barber Green liked your comment about Skips needing to be a leader, a psychologist, a strategist. I think it's so true.
I think one of the hardest things, and and I'm not knocking the lower division bowlers because it happens at all levels, that one of the worst things that you can see when it comes to skippers, is the body language that they use or the words that they use. No one goes out to try and play a bad bowl. Or
you don't deliberately put a bad bowl down. Everyone's trying their best.
And, it's so much easier to turn around and give positive, reformation to, Ali, just wide, big opportunity here for Rhino playing similar sort of weight if he was to get onto the orange bowl. As Zach's turned the jack a little bit, he could make a number here. It's amazing what you get out of people when you're actually positive with them rather than being negative.
Absolutely.
You have the people working for you. At the end of the day, you're a team of 4, a team which makes up a side of 16 or 12. Yeah, great result with his first bowl runner.
Yeah.
Let's see whether it's 1 or 2.
So they've taken out 2, haven't they? And they're measuring for 3.
They have taken out 2. And Nunch was walking round and round and round, and as Dave said, just measure it. It's funny, the more you look at it, it's not going to change any, is it?
No.
Three shots. Certainly helps.
Definitely. Where are we? Lose the mouse in the glare of the screen.
I think we've just found one problem with it being time of day that we're playing, Brad. Just the glare and everything like that. Yeah. You're doing a mighty job, Katie.
There we go. So 9, 16 on 11.
I think you've got it. Oh, 11 ends.
Just come up here.
Look at that. It's interesting here. We've got a slight lag between our computer and what comes up for you guys on screen. You have to wait about 10-15 seconds for the score or the ends to change. Really tight game. We have just reached the halfway mark, Nelly. Not very often that people would be able to turn around and sit down and relax for a nice Sunday lunch and watching a good game of bowls on the TV or the computer. Good start again from Zach. It's stretched out a little bit. Nearly gone ditch to ditch here. Better line from Hayden here, just going to finish that little bit short.
It's probably the first end, Pete, that they've gone away from that 3/4 length, I'd say.
Is. Which I find interesting because the Croydon boys on this surface take great delight in actually going short. And actually when we look across the 4 rinks, they're all playing 3/4 to longer.
There's a great bowl by
great bowl from Sachi. It was interesting also, I think, watching the BPL during the week, how the majority of ends that were played were the longer ends rather than the shorter ends.
Absolutely.
And particularly, talk about the variety of bowls that we're playing with, and there is far less margin for error on the longer ends than the shorter ends. On shorter ends, it's with the bowls. If you want to do damage with weight, it's a lot easier than over the full distance.
Yep.
So it's interesting here, the line's been perfect with 5 of the bowls. You'd only really call one of them a good shot, and that of Sachi's, albeit that he tried, and again...
He's lost a little bit of the weight, has he?
But
not much.
Via the back door.
Yep.
Holding 2. As my dad used to say, little fish are sweet.
So again, another extremely close game. It's like across the board, 36-38. At almost the exact halfway point, 41 of 84 ends.
There's a big opportunity for Croydon here to actually consolidate what they hold at the head.
Yeah.
Every bowl counts. Every bowl counts. Coming down wide here. Touch over. Stays on board. Just going to lose it.
Yep, just landing in.
So again, a big shout out to all our sponsors, BCIB in particular, who've been around with Bowls Insurance for a long, long time. A fantastic ambassador and workman for them, and ex-Australian coach, and amazing Australian player, Steve Glasson.
Yep, and sponsors of Premier Division.
Yep.
So very thankful to have them on board.
Just down, watching the bowl. Again, beautiful line.
Just cutting.
Slight over correction.
And Moama, who power the live stream today and all live streams across this year.
And Henselite, for whom your club coach is a proud employee of.
He is. So Troy's, I should say, I keep saying just started, but he's been there probably near on 2 months now as business development manager for Victoria. So anyone who is looking for any Henselite or Bowls product, feel free to get in touch with Troy Stafford. He would be more than happy to help you out. And for those Bowls administrators out there, I know Staff's making his way around to most of the clubs, or a lot of the clubs. Obviously Victoria's a large place, but I know he's keen to get out and meet a lot of people as well, or I should say meet those people he doesn't know in Bowls. He's been around Bowls a long time, so
and he's been around Henselite for a while too. And those who don't know Troy, good bowler, good guy. Was with Henselite for a number of years.
Yeah, about 18, 20 years ago he was.
Yep, and then went and
became a teacher.
Yep, did his Bachelor of Bach Ed, and he's been teaching, but he's just decided, and again I think, with the whole COVID thing and just being as hard as it is with primary schools and secondary schools and all of that, that he just needed to have the break. He found it incredibly intense, and shout out to all the teachers and the first responders, nurses. I've got a daughter who's registered nurse in oncology at the Royal Children's Hospital, which is a pretty hard gig, and I just know how hard it has been for everyone.
Ali likes this bowl, just got one eye trained on it. Looks like he's just going to
come down the hill.
Oh, and knocked his back bowl in, unfortunately. I think the way Troy describes it, I think sums it up. Bowls has been his biggest passion for as long as he can remember, and he feels incredibly lucky to have been approached by Henselite to work in a field, and he views it if he's working in his passion. He doesn't really view it as work, which I think is what a lot of people would be incredibly jealous of.
And Henselite have been some phenomenal for the sport. You know, they've been able to adapt with their bowls and the variety of bowls that they have. Ellie coming down, following it, just watching Ellie. Just got to...
Just coming under the head there.
Great weight.
And a shout out to Ian, the new owner at Henselite, who I met this week up at Moama. Really good guy. Got some big plans for bowls as a sport, and is really keen to invest and see the sport grow, which is why we're really proud to have him on board as a sponsor. So.
And absolutely, and he's carrying on the legacy that the Henselite family had for so many years.
It's an unbelievable legacy, isn't it?
It is. It's amazing. You know, from when they were in Reckland Street in North Melbourne many years ago, and now out at Darebin, it's a brilliant facility. And like I said, you know, the innovations that they brought to the sport with the coloured bowls and the different sorts of bowls and how they react so completely differently on the different surfaces, and you really can these days get a bowl tailor-made for your requirements as the surfaces that you play on.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just the one there for Croydon, which brings it, once the screen updates, to 10-16.
So it's interesting, we get to the halfway mark and suddenly there's a little bit of noise being made.
Yeah.
So Croydon are in a position where they haven't been really before, where they've got 3 rinks that are up and the 1 rink down. As I was saying earlier on, I think that's been one of the biggest issues that Croydon boys have had, of actually holding on to rink wins.
Yeah.
To be quite honest, you know, depending on what the results are today, you know, they're still not out of the game, trying to save themselves from relegation.
Well, I think I was talking to Jimmy up at Moama and just about last week, which I think he got a flood of text messages and comments on the stream. Great bowl there by Sachi.
Yeah, too sensational.
About the ladder being wrong on the live stream last Friday, with having us on the bottom with only one or two wins. And
2 wins, yeah.
2 wins, and I said to Jimmy, we've got 3. Every win is precious to us.
Absolutely,
you can't deny us a win. And I think, you know, potentially people have looked at it and thought, how can we have one more win and still be on the bottom of the ladder? And it just talks to how important those rink wins are to those points. So, you know, 7 weeks without any points, but we were still extremely competitive.
And it comes back to, did some analysis for the boys during 2 weeks ago, and it was really interesting that in most of the games in Premier Division, well, not in most of the games, the average of across the board in Premier Division is 1 3/4 shots an end.
Yeah, wow.
And so you're looking at 37, 38 shots, across the combined totals of a rink. And unfortunately, you get some teams where I'm not sure that you call it chasing glory, or they're just not happy to lose one. They have to get the shot, or if they have got one and there's an opportunity to get
Sorry
more.
to interrupt you there, but an absolutely fantastic bowl there by Lisa. She sat, just pushed Sachi out and got shot there.
No, and literally, to be happy with one in the head and to be happy to lose one rather than go and try and make big numbers. But a number of games that the Croydon boys have had, they've been scores of 52, 51, which you're looking at 2.5 shots an end, and it's just too much. And I think this is just a part of the learning curve being at this level in Premier Division.
Yep, absolutely. Wunsch chasing this bowl down with his standard sort of well-known mannerism.
If he's clear, he'll be close.
He's just a foot or so short. Great line.
It's interesting on this rink, Katie, where they were playing most of their bowls going south on the backhand side. Now
Now
nearly
they've
across
switched
the
over.
board they've switched over. There's been no real change in wind. It's still extremely still, but no, there's certainly been a change in confidence in playing the forehand side to the backhand side.
Yeah, and I don't. You can probably see it a little bit. There's a few more shadows on the green. So, interestingly enough, probably in this last end or so, the sun's come out again, and it's reflective of the fact that all of those bowls at the front are just starting to pull up short. Either in line with Jack or short again. So it's just telling of how much the sun. And again, you look across the heads, and some rinks more affected than others, but quite a number of short bowls.
And this, to be quite honest, is probably from spacing and grouping of bowls, one of the poorer ends that Ali and Rhino have actually had.
Which is talks to the standard that we've had.
Absolutely.
Very lucky at home to be
Absolutely.
watching such a high standard game. Well positioned bowl there
Another
by
bowl in the head.
Orange, yeah. Good for Croydon to get one behind. Got two of Hayden Day's bowls at the back there for Clayton, and otherwise all of Croydon's were forward of Jack.
If he's got clear run here,
It's not a
Dave's
bad
got
bowl.
a great shot.
Yep.
Yeah, good home. I think this may change Rhino's shot.
Especially now you've got the catcher there with Unch. If he does happen to get a bit of movement on Sachi or Lisa's bowls and the kitty happens to move, you've got Unch's bowl back there to push it back to.
And that's where on the plastic here, the XG, it's got a nice even bend to it. If he plays the right weight and it just lets go. And he's played some really good weighted bowls on this backhand. But he stayed on the forehand. So what do I know about this game, Katie?
Maybe it would have been the better hand to play, given he was pulled up that little bit short. I think with the weight, if he had had the weight, he would have run into that bowl. So
Yep, could well have. Ellie's certainly clear of the head here and coming down just through that little bit, but again, a really good receiver. They really are in a fairly dominant position here, Clayton.
I wonder if Rhino's heard you. He's looking at that hand.
Yeah, the short bowler Zach's just in an awkward position with the weight that he needs to play. He would have to play perfect weight to get round just to turn the bowl.
Yeah.
Or it really is just a dead draw on the forehand side.
Barry Ward's just played a fantastic bowl and sat out a Clayton bowl to make two on that head.
And again, seeing the big orange bowl of Athlete sitting on top of the Jack on that rink. And Snapper's played a great bowl.
In return.
Killed the end, and so we start again.
Too many similar rink scores, I got confused. So Barry Ward and Snapper at 11-6.
Boys are having a good close look at this, just slightly wide. But
Great
that's
effort.
a good home. That's a good home.
With Ray Purdy and Simmons on 11-7. So we'll just update that now.
So can Nelly take off the 2 feet and draw one cold. Not sure he's liking it from here. One lonely one. So 7-10. Always, grandmother always told me that any game of 6 shots or less is a good close game. So if you go by that across the board, they are reasonably close. A small push from Croydon here. Again, up on the 3 rinks. More than covering Rhino's rink against Ali. What I love about this game, you know, you've got to beat yourself before you can beat your others, and then you're playing in a team of 4, which is then playing in a team of 16. It's a good feel.
Absolutely. What's going on with the scoreboards? It's taken a bit of a delay just to update with the Purdy Simmons rink there, so it will be updated to the correct scoring. There we go. It's
And
just
it is. Look at
updated
that.
now.
You're a maestro.
Oh, I was wrong there for a second or two, but we'll get there. It's the cumulative score, gets me every time.
I could take the blame for it though.
Yeah, I
But
should
I'm not the
handle
one
it.
that's actually
Great lead bowl there by
magnificent
Zach.
start. Hayden's not far away here. That's a good solid reply.
Great reply.
Gives Sally and his team something to work with. Often surprises me, you've got Zach's played a magnificent bowl with his first one.
And you change his hand.
And then, so what are we going to do now? And just play the same bowl. But, yeah, handy bowl. Anything behind when you've got a bowl sitting on top of the jack,
Is a bonus,
like you
isn't
have,
it?
is absolutely sensational.
So Croydon's just had a small push just to get in front, just by a small amount.
Great shot, Lisa. Perfect weight, perfect result.
That was a fantastic shot, wasn't it? She's been bowling very well today.
I think the front end, you know, both leads and seconds have had a really, really good intense battle.
Something you don't see too often. Shorey, the slow, as I've referred to him before, the slowest man in bowls, jogging up the green. He left his cane for balance up the other end, so he's had to quickly jog up to get it so he can put his bowl down.
Yeah, a lot of people, if you don't know Robin, he is interesting character to say the least, but
He won't mind us saying that.
no, he is. He's has lots of theories on the game,
He does.
but a lot of people wouldn't be aware he ended up having major bypass surgery to fix heart condition. He's actually got severe bulging discs in his back, and so to provide him with some stability, he's got a shortened stick, not dissimilar to Cal Kirko, actually a little bit smaller. As he has enormous pain in the sciatic, and here's a great bowl from
great
Sachi.
response. The
Magnificent
bowls,
result.
the bowls that we're seeing from Sachi and Lisa, they're having a great battle between them. One will put a good bowl down and the other one will just put an even better reply down, which is what we've just seen this end. Here's the replay on the screen. Oh,
No,
we just missed
perfect
it.
weight, perfect control, virtually the same bowl as he played with his first. Great reply from David. Stiff, one bowl just light in weight. There really is only one way in here. Although having said that, Rene could get Unch to play forehand just to turn and sit the bowl down, but I think he'll be more than happy to leave that where it is and try and draw a flat touch on the backhand would be amazing. Line's good, might be just slightly overweight. Good home though. So just bear with us, guys, because my good friend here, Katie, is going to play around with the scores and the scoreboards, and we're going to go to another way of actually tallying up the scores because the glare that we're getting on the computer is making it a little difficult for us to see. So Brad's done the right thing, taking the scores at the end. Thank you, pal, so that we don't look like idiots. Well, I'm the idiot. Katie's far from that.
Especially with it being such a close game, we want to make sure
Absolutely,
that we're getting the scores absolutely correct and not miss-hitting anything with the glare that we're getting.
Unch coming down again. I think he's got less weight this time. Rhino's looking at it, as is Unch. Great try again. Ellie and Dave assessing the position on their head. Ellie has the option that he can play on the back end. Open draw as everyone else, but there's probably more chances.
Oh.
A bit of excitement going on along the side with Barry Ward and Dylan Fisher. Barry's just played a fantastic bowl, but as he's taken opposition bowl out, he's moved the jack, and
I think what's happened is he's put a toucher in the ditch alongside the kitty.
Oh, has he?
And the Croydon boys are giving him a bit of a ribbing for being so careless in doing so.
So Ellie is playing weight, looking to disturb the head. Turn Zach Bowl out of the head. That's a good result, though. He's now got all the backwood.
Yep, absolutely.
There was a slight danger. He would have had to have followed the jack into the ditch if he was going to hold shot. Now having the backwood, he can even go that little bit bigger. If Rhino plays a howler here and draws the jack 2 feet, he can make a lot of shots for the Croydon boys. And here's the bowls coming now. That's a great shot and chalk. Well, I definitely don't think Ali's going to be short here. Big man with the big bowl. Weighing up options, forehand, backhand. No, we are going to have a look. His last bowl is sitting towards the ditch, and the way the angles look, it looks if he was to make contact, the jack would probably go out of bounds.
Yeah, you'd think so.
It's a funny game, bowls.
Yep.
Anything could potentially happen.
We're seeing our first big change up of length on the Barry Ward rink. That would be done by
Dylan Fisher,
yep.
Snapper, young snapper.
They're playing it just short of minimum. Otherwise, all other rinks are continuing to play that sort of 3/4 length. You're correct, Dicko. I was being very kind to Snapper on the scoreboard. That is due. It was due to the glare. I didn't see the 1-6, one in front of the 6. So I've just updated that, and it should be coming through now.
We are working under difficult conditions here, Dicko. You should know that. You will remember here long enough.
Get a laptop out in these overcast conditions. It's hard to see a screen.
Oh. So I think we've got the Croydon boys allying 2 at the moment. Potentially 3. Again, Rhino won't want to set something up wide. even slightly short might not be a bad bowl here. Ideally here, what Rhino would be wanting to do is to try and get just over the draw, turn over the bowl,
Yep.
and make certain for 2 or 3.
Yep. Ali's put his 2 down, so. Oh, he's just.
Oh, great weight, just slightly tight. Says he, remembering that in 4s the skipper only has 2 bowls, not 3 bowls. Ali had nothing left.
Yep.
I didn't hide that very well. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. So they've pulled out 2 already. Measuring for a 3rd.
And it's interesting, Zat's coming up to talk to Rhino, so I would say to discuss what they do.
3.
3
there.
shots. Makes it a close game.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, Ali had already changed his scoreboard to 2.
I was going to
and
say,
I
he was
don't think
confusing me there for a
overly
second.
happy that it was 3, but it is what it was.
Yep. And that is on 14 ends. So Croydon maintaining that sort of 9-10 lead at the moment overall, after Clayton sort of pegging it back to even.
So it's interesting here, Katie, that Rhino's actually gone short as well. And
Yep.
this one would be
And
bare minimum.
Ali's
but I
asking
think
for the
they've asked
tape.
for the tape, haven't
And I actually don't know if we've got... Oh, we have. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, I wasn't sure if... I didn't get the umpire's box out this morning.
I? Katie, you do everything here well.
I know,
Behind,
jeepers, come on.
You know, the pres and the secretary.
Answering
you
to
won't
COVID
put-
officers.
It's a bit awkward when the other 2 executive of the club are actually playing in the game, isn't it?
I know. I only happened to go over to turn the music off, and I thought, what are these guys doing here?
And I wondered why you were gone for so long.
Yep. I did send someone over to tell you, but obviously they didn't, so...
I'd scare the daylights out of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, just grumpy old man, as I keep telling my children.
How are we going on the measure? It's very
Yep,
close.
just
Oh,
short.
just short.
Going by the rink alongside them, it looked like it was going to be just that touch short.
Yeah.
The mat's certainly a little bit back, but the jack was a good 8-10 feet shorter than what Barry Ward and Dylan Fisher are playing.
So Clayton have taken the mat right back.
And gone back to
3/4
what
length?
they've been comfortable with. Well, yeah, they got out to a 17-10 lead and
Yeah, it's
comfortable playing that length and
Working for them.
Absolutely. Again, it's one of those situations where you've got 3 rinks down, 1 rink up. You've got to consolidate your own rink first before you can start to worry about the others. It's only when it gets close to the tail end that
They
you
need to.
really end up having to look at the overall scoreboard.
Yeah.
In a close game like this. And again, 10 shots can couple of ends. We
Oh.
saw it before.
We saw it last week across 2 rinks. 10-shot lead nearly went like that.
It's only over when the fat lady is really singing out loud.
Beachy's just killed the end over on with Shorey and Benwell.
I'll make an observation here too, Katie. This is Unch has just come up to stand with Rhino.
Yep.
It's not very often that you see at this level of competition where the skippers are standing by themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now Zach's decided to join them, which leaves Sachi all by himself, but he's big enough and old enough to know what to do down there. He can pick up his own bowls.
He can.
Yeah, good
There you go.
correction
Unch has
by-
had to call Such up to remind him it's his bowl. A little bit of a rink meeting there with Simmons, Tash and the gang to work out what length to play. Sachi won't be happy with that one.
No, and that's where, again, boys, your concentration can be so easily broken, and
Yep.
it's just fine,
Sitting down talking to
slightest break.
someone.
Yep,
Yep.
and then the break in concentration. And the challenge will be now,
Getting it back.
making his correction.
Yep.
Absolutely, but also making correction. Lots of encouragement being given by the boys. Let's see if he can correct. Came out to shoot better.
Orange seems to like it. Just the sun poking through again and those few Croydon bowls falling that little bit short.
Lisa's on a good line here. Jack in the road,
Ooh,
nearly.
very close.
Great effort. I think Ellie thought that was closer than what it ended up being. He was a character. Great for the game. Just go into the forehand again. Be a great bowl if you could just slide past the short bowls of Croydon, Sid Hayden's. He's got good weight here. Boys are looking interested.
Is he going to sit that green one? And
Perfect
he has.
bowl.
Great bowl by
Perfect
Orange.
bowl.
Quite the little rink discussion on the rink over between Baz Ward, Troy Stafford and athlete, aka Maddie Crichton, trying to work out what shot to play. Very close head there.
He's just going to finish short. Great line again. It's interesting, you listen to Ellie then, even though Lisa dropped it short and she knows it's short, but Ellie says, great try.
Yeah.
Good line. No negative thoughts, no negative comments. It's one of those bowls from Munch, which is a good bad bowl. Drops short, but clutters the heads up a little bit, and this is where, it's nice when you're actually holding shot, and there's short bowls, you just go, so Ollie will probably, he's Ollie, if he hears I called him Ollie, Ollie will probably play a bit of weight here. Yep, just with the yard of weight. Again, very definite about the weight that he wants. Just looking to try and change the head up. And from Ellie's perspective, Dave doesn't have to get shot. He's just got to get something
Bowls in the head.
Close in the head, change things up, make the shot easier for him. That's not a bad result because he's now widened the head and he's given him something to work with. Albeit that he's turned Zach Bowl into a reasonable position, but it still means that there's something more that he can work with. Rather than just looking at a single bowl down the head, he's actually looking at a head now that's about 4 or 5 bowls wide. Doesn't have to look for exact weight. So Ryan looking just to draw past Unch's short bowl. Even if he is fractionally wide, has he got enough weight?
Definitely not wide there, but he'll be looking to do something with his next one as Ali crosses over.
Be interesting to see what Ali does here, because the way that the bowls are, if he was to play weight, there's every chance he could shunt his own bowl straight through the head. Now, he has to be careful with the weight. Yes, his own bowl may well stay in the head, but It'll all be about weight control here. Looking for the gap out the front and just that fraction wide. And again,
Yep. It's that
as
hand
we've
that
seen,
no one's really played much
no, not with
the
weight.
last few ends.
And it very much is. You know, again, the conditions have changed, as we've said. It's got that little bit tacky.
Yep.
The bowl's not coming back as quick, so therefore, you know. And again, Ali's got to be really careful here, because if he does play too tight, doesn't get a result, he could easily turn.
It's quite a risky shot.
Yeah, he could easily turn Sachi's bowl, turn his own, what might well be second or third shot out of the head. Fair agate here. Again, another bowl close by.
Tash has just played a phenomenal shot. A couple of rinks over. Put the jack in the ditch, her bowl not too far next to it.
Well, he got the bowl away beautifully. Getting down to look at it.
It's got better width. Oh,
Oh, what a great result he's got there.
yeah. He's got
Big
3 or
turnaround there.
4, is he? Can't see what.
2 shots to Clayton. Again, control of weight. He could have gone and blazed away. Anything could have happened, but he had good control weight where his bowl was never going to go out of the head.
I suspect it might have been more than 2. It was 4.
4.
I saw them holding up the hands, but I didn't want to go the early crow in case I was wrong.
No, as I said, I'll wear the glasses for a reason.
So a bit of a change up of length here.
Which is interesting because
I don't. Was that deliberate, or did it drop short?
I think it might have dropped short because, you know, we've been.
Given Croydon tried to play for a short end and didn't get it.
He goes long, but albeit though, you know, until his last bowl, they were under the hammer a bit.
Oh, hang on. The scoreboard's getting changed up again. What's going on here? Okay, so it must have only been 3 shots.
Oh, okay. We were half right and half wrong.
Yeah.
Split the
Meet
difference.
in the middle.
Split the difference. Great start from Hayden. Change of end. And a really good reply from Zach. Good lead bowls.
Yeah.
Anything within that scoring zone. You know, foot short or 4 feet behind the head is exactly where you want to be in, you know, at this level of competition. So many people think you've actually, lead bowls have got to be inside the jack, but they don't. Keep emphasising that the only bowl that's really got to get shot is the last bowl.
Yep.
And so if you can build ahead.
Bowls in the head are just so important.
Well, this has been proving at this level of competition. You know, big numbers can so dramatically change, you know, change the momentum.
Another good bowl here by Zach. Just going to finish.
A great start
there
again. A lot of noise on other rinks. Clayton boys playing some sensational bowls. Toddy Simmons drawn within a couple of inches of the ditch. Backing up Tash with her amazing shot. Dylan Benwell likewise. 2 or 3 down has drawn an absolute clinker.
I think depending if Clayton hold on to a couple of these shots across the heads, it may put them in front.
Yep. Great shot from Lisa again. Again, good weight. Doesn't have to go big. Just enough to stay in the head. You know, I think, Katie, this is the beauty of watching good bowlers, and you watch how they play the game. So many people could learn so much just by watching. Magnificent reply here from Sachi too.
Yeah, great reply by Funky.
Yeah.
I don't think, great reply by Sachi. I don't think Funky reminded me saying this when he first started started playing bowls, the way he sort of taught himself was watching BPL and those sort of competitions on repeat. We saved them or recorded them back in the day and learnt a lot from the different deliveries and tactics and things like that. There's a lot to be said for watching bowls of the highest standard and learning from it. Another great bowl by Lisa there.
Absolutely. She's been incredibly consistent right throughout the game, regardless of length. Particularly now that she's gone to the east side of the green. East side? Let's try the west side of the green.
One thing don't ask me for is directions or any of that sort of stuff.
And then Sachi's played a magnificent shot here too.
That is the battle that is being played between the seconds on this rink is outstanding. Here's this instant replay. Watch this on the screen here.
Just perfect.
Plays off, gets in the shot.
Just
Great.
perfect weight. Joy to watch. It's funny, I used to frustrate the daylights out of me when I was actually playing bowls, and I tell you what, David,
This isn't bad either. Oh.
Great weight, great shot again.
Oh, has he got it?
Very close. Great head again. Used to frustrate the daylights out of me playing bowls and trying to watch because I want to get so much involved in it. But what I've done in the last 4 years, you just appreciate just the skill of people when you watch the game.
Yeah.
And the talent of players.
Yep. For those at home, the kitty is basically in front of those three, or the two blues, one white, green, and behind the white and red speckled. You'll see it as it turns back the camera here. Although it may change up here with Uncha's shot. No.
That opens it up a bit.
So it's effectively in the middle of that big pack there, and quite hard to tell who's got shot.
So in the old school, probably 3 inches, which is what? Come on, Katie. 7.5 centimetres, yeah, okay. Distance between 3 bowls there.
Yeah.
A slide here.
Oh,
perfect weight again. Amazing head.
Baz has put down. The return to skipping for Baz has obviously paid off today. He's found his rhythm and his mojo, putting some great bowls down on the rink over. Pete Allen's just asked a question: how many skip in the Drummond's rink? Given having all 4 up there, do you want to reply to that? Just given your comment in terms of having people up at the head. I don't view it as a negative, but what's your thoughts?
I don't either. Look, sometimes it's better to actually have the players at the skipper's end, because that way you've just got the player to deliver their bowls at the mat end rather than getting in people's head. The players also understand, what the skipper's looking for. Far too often, seconds and leads will, pass a comment that's not needed. When it comes to, the shots that's being called by a skipper. The skipper's in charge of the head.
Yep.
He's the one that's calling the shots. He's the one that's, setting the strategy. And again, one of the things that I really dislike seeing, is people getting involved when they don't need to. They can be involved in other ways, giving, support to their players. Just the comments across the rinks. Leads and seconds can be so involved in a game if they wanted to.
Absolutely.
It's also a bit daunting for the opposition when they see 4 of the opposition standing behind the head, just crouching down, watching the bowl coming.
A bit of a psychological threat, you reckon?
Absolutely. And at this level, it all counts. Ellie has just perfect weight, but just touches the bowl. This will be a challenge here for Rhino. Looking at it, I would suggest the way that Rhino's looked at that, it must be close. So we should know thirds aren't giving away a lot. Not a lot of expression on the faces of the boys. Let's see what Rhino does here. down to the money end of the game. Last 5-6 ends. And the old holes for bowls. Again, that would suggest Clayton a holding shot. And certainly looking for the kill. As you can't see the jack here, there is an opportunity. If Ali was just to land his own bowl, you get some pin action, turn David's bowl onto the jack, or even just onto the blue bowl of Les Suches. Any slight move of the jack to the forehand side will give him an extra shot or two. Wanting it to bend quick, he's got perfect weight. What a phenomenal head this is. All he needed was just the slightest touch, even to turn that bowl of Suches and make a number. So Rhino, as he's walked past, has said, I'm banging this. So again, don't think he's going to be short. And again, trying to play a precise weight after having let the first one go on a green like this is always going to be a challenge. Fire 2. Surprised me, but then obviously he must have thought there was a danger. It's one to Clayton. Great header bowls. Yeah, 2. As the game tightens up again across the rinks. So this one we've gone shortish, but a little closer to 3/4 length. So it's interesting that Ali's playing around with the lengths. Sometimes not a bad strategy, particularly if you've all playing really well, just to try and see if we can throw those that are playing well in the opposition off. It's only a change of maybe 2-3 metres. A great start by Hayden. Magnificent shot. Great change. Magnificent shot from Zach. It's a reply. Touch short. Second bowl. Again, changing hands. And this one's come out a bit hot from Lisa. Lands the wide bowl. It's not bad though, still. Getting tighter and tighter, Katie.
I replied and my microphone was on mute. It is getting tighter, isn't it?
Most unlike Zach. Les, I should say.
Do you know what? Exactly how he put his last bowl down? Off talking to someone. The last sort of short bowl talks to what you said earlier in terms of concentration and everything else.
It is, very much so. Let's see if he can make his correction. Yeah, at least it's a bowl behind the head, which is not a bad thing. And again, not sure if you heard Ellie. Ellie's just looking for Dave to turn around and get something close and change the angles just to make the shot easier for themselves.
Neville, I think interesting comment. Neville said Forsyth is lucky Zach is not skipping. He's much better than the third or skip. I think early on in the season, the last game we played against Clayton was also streamed.
Yes.
And that was Zach's first game skipping, and I mean Zach's a phenomenal bowler. And unfortunately that was not anyone's best day that day.
No.
I think we were talking earlier that we've just had a bit of a reshuffle here at Croydon and played people in a few different positions. I don't think it's a fair comment to say that anyone in terms of skipping is better than the other. I think Rhino's probably our best performing skip across the board this year.
He is, absolutely he is at the moment. And this again, one player doesn't make a team. It's the constitution of the rink, and it's the compatibility of the rink and how they get on. Zach is more than happy to play his role, and you hear it in football and everything like that. Role players.
And it's an interesting point. We, after a loss here one night, we were unfortunately all mulling over it, and Zach actually volunteered to go back to lead and said he was happy to be leading. And one of the things we looked at not we, but one of the things the selectors looked at when we were selecting the side was compatibility. And you look across the four there with Rhino, Unch, Sachi and Zach, they're actually all really good mates, and that's why they've performed well together, is that compatibility piece. Phenomenal bowl there by David Ashby.
Again, not only changed the angles, he made 2 shots. Sensational bowl. No, 100% right, Katie. And compatibility is so important. If you're comfortable playing with the teammates around you, it just means so much. Gives you more confidence. Your own mates aren't going to bag you. You certainly hope not. And it's not to say that you can't have some discussion after the game about what worked and what didn't work.
Absolutely. It talks to the Ray Purdy rink that for probably a lot of people out in Prem probably don't know the name Ray Purdy and even the names in his rink. But the comment by Wayne Roberts last week was probably fitting, that you haven't seen a better skips game, but also Croydon only won one rink last week, and it was that one rink that won it for them. So that's a group of 4 people that get on really well together, travel together, and bringing them together has obviously paid off for them. And I think if you look at the form of Croydon over the last sort of 3 or 4 weeks, that's been reflective of the changes of prioritising compatibility.
A lot more competitive. And sometimes at this level it just takes a little while to work people out. Again, these guys have all known each other. Zach's been around for a while. Les has been around for a while, but they've not necessarily played together. Yeah. And so it takes a little while for things to work, and this is where...
They like this Rhino bowl.
Great shot.
Fantastic.
Magnificent bowl, Rhino. But it does. It takes a little while, and I think that's one of the frustrations with the Premier League being the level of competition that it is. That for the lower clubs, it is almost a yo-yo effect in some respects. You have the likes of Lilydale, who, you know, in Division 1 get promoted to Premier Division, back down to Division 1, go back to Premier Division. And it's hard, but again, it's just the level of the competition, and it takes a little bit to get to know what this standard is all about and what it actually takes. You have to be committed to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bit of a slide, not quite.
I think as well what contributes, if we look across the board at those clubs that really perform, your clubs that yo-yo, ourselves, Lilydale, we're small community clubs that
Absolutely.
fund you know, any of payment of players if that does happen through literally bar sales, versus some of the bigger clubs like your Deer Parks and you know, even Yarra Footscray with the pokies and those sort of things.
And it's very much
a huge advantage.
It is a huge advantage, but again, that is what we work with, and it's what we've, you know, Bowls Vic of having to deal with for a lot of years now.
Another good bowl here by Rhino coming down.
Beautiful white. That's two phenomenal shot bowls.
Two absolutely
Great
great skip
shots.
bowls.
2 down to 2 up, and 2 bowls. Good result. Bit of noise again across the rinks.
Yeah.
I think
So
it's Katie. Sorry, Katie.
I was going to say, whilst the Shorey Benwell rink has tightened up, the Wardy snapper rink's blown out a little bit. It's still obviously close, but not as close as it has been. So,
and I think Katie alluded it before, the one rink, Shaw Benwell rink, will be well behind everyone else. So
we will
just completed their 13th end, and everyone else is around the 15-16 mark. So
we've got one on 17. We will do our best, with obviously some technical challenges in trying to stream that rink, given it is the furthest rink from us.
I'll lend you my glasses.
We may not be able to get the cameras stretching that far, but we'll see what we can do.
We
and
can
come back
certainly
to
call
you.
it though. Try and call it anyway. Yeah, and just on what we were just saying before, as Hayden's changed the hand, coming down on the floor. Yeah, beautiful shot again.
Yeah.
On the longer. Oh,
the mat's up a fair
mat
bit.
is up a fair bit, longer towards the ditch.
Mel, completely agree. Mel's just left a comment. An excellent lesson. I can't even speak English. An excellent lesson for novice bowlers, Pete. The 3 C's: 1, concentration; 2, correction; 3, consistency.
Absolutely. And you throw in a D in there, dedication, or
Very
another
true.
C, commitment. And it's everything that's a part of the game. It's just not one small facet of the being able to get the bowl from point A to point B. It's everything in between. And again, you know, you tell me another sport other than golf where, you know, you haven't got someone leaning over your shoulder trying to put pressure on the bowl that you're about to deliver. There's not someone that's, you know,
watching
trying to front shirt.
Yeah.
You know, it's just you, your bowl, and the green. And at the end of the day,
It's
you
so
only
mental,
need to get
isn't
two. Mental in so many respects.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you only need to get 2 things right: line and length. Part of the coaching that I do, we do a critique of the deliveries and all that, and there's 69 things we look at in the delivery that potentially can go wrong. And it's
phenomenal when you think
it's
about it.
all little things, and one of the reasons why I've really enjoyed coming and trying to help. Oh,
Handy bowl if it stays
handy
on.
bowl staying up.
Yep.
You know, come and help Croydon here is that, you know me, another sport, Katie, where there isn't an individual coach that talks technique and the mental side of things and stuff like that. You know,
Absolutely.
you talk to so many bowlers and they get taught how to bowl in the first, you know, 3, 4, you know, times they get onto the green, and then
the
they're
rest
never
is up to
coached
them.
again.
Yep.
And the thing that's amazed me with the coaching that I've done here, we run a program where it's, you know, 3 hourly sessions, we do video analysis. People have never seen themselves bowl. I've had someone who told me that he tried to, he was mirroring his bowls on Jeremy Henry and Gary Kelly, And I said to him, so how do you think you go? And he said, yeah, I reckon I'm all right. I said, so have you ever seen yourself bowl? And he said, no. We took the video, showed him the video, and he said,
I'm nothing
I
like
look
them.
like nothing like them. And you just go, and people try and make corrections to their own, delivery, and you change one thing that's actually going right, now you've got two things wrong, and then you change another, three things wrong.
I can speak for myself, having had back surgery twice and then the associated nerve damage. Just the little things that it changes. It's like being a different bowler. Good there by Unch. A small amount of nerve damage in what was my first back surgery in my right leg, and now my second back surgery. I've got nerve damage in both legs, and I get on the green and I feel like I'm learning to bowl again, and that's why I haven't picked up really a bowl since my last back surgery. I need to get back into it, but there's the whole mental challenge of overcoming that and going, I'm going to swear, but go shit. You have to start again.
And it is, and there are certain principles in bowls. Dave's just lost that again.
Dave won't be happy with that one, unfortunately.
There are certain principles in bowls, the fundamentals that are still the same. But one of the things that with the coaching we try and do here is that we coach to the capabilities of the players. So we've got people who have been horrendous car accidents who have lost all the strength in their shoulders. We've got a guy who's bowel cancer. 2 replaced knees, plays with a fixed stance, and just minor things to help him play better.
Yeah.
And the beauty is you see the smile on his face and the enjoyment.
Be good. Oh,
yep,
there you go.
The enjoyment he gets out of it. And that, at the end of the day, you just want people to reach their potential and enjoy the game.
Absolutely. So Alan has just said, great commentary and answering question, guys. Keep up the good work. So thank you, Alan. Appreciate the kind words. And Dicko has said, please, you two legends are going to continue coverage. Nothing more annoying than having the stream cut off, however hard it is to actually get the camera close.
Thanks,
we'll try our absolute
Alan,
best, Dicko, to keep it going.
As I think a number of people around this club have understood or know me, once I get talking, it's hard to shut me up. So
I've got a mute button here though, Pete, so I can mute you. If it's too annoying out there, guys, just tell me. I can mute him. Nah, joking.
No. It's all good. It's all good. Well, we really are getting to the money ends now.
Absolutely. So for those at home who can't see, obviously we've got that head there, but there's one Croydon and one Clayton bowl absolutely at the right on the edge of the...
On the plinth.
Yeah, on the back of the green.
Rhino, if he's got the weight again, has played another sensational bowl, just that 1-2 bowl short.
So it will have come a lot closer because the Baz Ward score and snapper is now 16-12. So just updated that and that'll reflect on your screen.
So it is tightening up
very quickly. And none of the other scores have been updated just yet. So as soon as they're updated, we will update them for you.
Be intrigued to see what Ali plays here.
It's pleasing to see so many, good crowd down here this afternoon.
No, it is. And it is. Beautiful conditions. The sun really has burnt the cloud off. Again, not a breath of breeze, and just very, very pleasant.
Yeah. Tash just using her Moama bowls to get in there and draw for one.
How good did the bowls look during the week with the Moama and the different colour bowls? It's sensational.
He's not far away.
Oh. But what it does, it opens up the head that he can get straight at the jack.
Yeah. I do know that the Moama team were all bowling, I believe, with Taylor bowls during the week, and they had them, Taylor made them specifically for Moama. So half and half, green and white. They did look pretty cool.
Again, going in the old days where everyone wore white with brown shoes. Do you remember the brown shoes?
Unfortunately.
Whereas now, even the footwear
has come a long way.
So far. Good shot here, Rhino. If he comes underneath the bowl, and turns around and covers Clayton's 2 back bowls.
Yeah.
We're going big on the forehand area is Ali. Looking for the bowl clean. control. Wait.
He's got
it.
Got the kill.
Oh,
I
stiff.
think is that Unch's bowl.
That is Unch's bowl. So
it'll still be one to
shot.
Croydon there.
So no damage done. Again, good control of weight. Didn't have to go huge.
No. I
Allows
think
the bowl to do its own thing.
I think we're at the point of the game or the match where every shot counts right now, given
Absolutely.
the overall score. Sure, he's just got a big clap, so he must have
added. So
there you
they've
go.
picked up two.
They've just
so
picked
that's
up
three
two.
across the rinks.
Once they update their
Just
board, we will do the
stretches
same.
that lead slightly again. So I think, you know, the Croydon boys can take enormous heart out of this, you know, just how competitive they have been. And again, it's a sense of belief that, you know, they do belong.
Absolutely, and I think that's, you know, for me as sort of a spectator every week, it's been competitive. Almost, you know, apart from a couple of games that have been
Great start.
blowouts, been competitive a lot, and I think that the commentator on Friday night last week on Clayton, Skilton, I think it was, made the same comment that against Melbourne we were very, very competitive and still managed to lose. So I think unfortunately just the results haven't gone our way. A couple of shots here or there. But continue to push on and fight to the death.
And learn from it. And this is one of the things I know Troy has made it very clear to the club in itself.
Absolutely.
This is, you know, it's not just, you know, about this season. It's about building and as we've said, learning. These guys, if they can stay together, can create an amazing foundation for the future. In the eastern suburbs, we've got a lot of really, really good, strong clubs by, you know, with a lot of young guys, Yarra Glen, Lilydale,
Mitcham,
even Mitcham. The personnel at Mitcham have changed. Heathmont, you know, again, they won the group title last year, somewhat unexpected, and a brilliant bowl here. Brilliant bowl, Hayden. Perfect weight.
Bit of a change up on the Simmons rink with Simmons hitting the front for the first time today. So that's 2 rinks up, 2 rinks down for both sides at the moment, albeit Simmons and Purdy still remaining very close. And they're on 19 ends, so I need to just update that.
I think we'll find that Croydon have taken the lead now. Clayton, I should say. 2 C's, yeah.
Easy to get it mixed up. I think it's very close. I think that's updated, where it's Croydon up by 2 shots at this stage.
It's all right, and I'm looking at the big scoreboard that hasn't been updated, so I'll look at the TV one. How's that? I'm getting too involved in what's going on.
Thank you, Mick. Very kind words. Mick has just said, great commentary, guys.
Thanks, Mick.
Great game as well. It is a very good game.
We've got a seasoned professional who's done how many games, Katie?
Oh, this is I did 1.5 hours of one game.
Yep,
and
you
Pete
got me as
on
a brand new.
Yeah.
And Brad's obviously just playing, I think.
Brad's our technical expert here.
What are you playing? Mario Odessa, is it? Or Destiny? Oh, it's okay. So he must be going all right. Lisa again is on a good line here, good track.
She's coming in very well.
Ellie's liking the look of it. Just
getting
again,
caught
that tacky finish where it just doesn't finish on. So Unch on the dead draw here. Weight's pretty good.
Yep.
Just fraction wide.
Yep. So Clayton just holding the 1 here with Hayden Day's bowl.
With Croydon holding the next 2. Dave's just that bit tight.
Feels like it's heated up a little bit. The sun's come out and it's probably temperature's risen by quite a few degrees, it feels.
Yeah, and the humidity.
Yeah.
Just as they've been forecasting with all the rain that they've had up on the east coast, you know, poor Brisbane.
Oh gosh.
You know, Sydney, you know, seeing where their A-League double-header was washed out, you know, and postponed because of torrential rain, which you don't see very often.
No.
As they're saying, all this tropical weather coming down from the east and just making things a little bit unbearable here.
Yep. I think
an
interesting head on the one rink over. I'd say probably 3-4 shots down to Croydon. So big bowl here required by Baz.
He's just going a bit, needs to settle.
Sit something and he hasn't. Is that the last ball? I think it might be. That's 3, so that will put Clayton in front for the first time, I believe. But we will wait for the score to go up just to make sure we're not misrepresenting anyone.
In case anyone's live streaming us and wants to prove us wrong.
Yeah.
But I think you're pretty safe with 3. So very much the money ends. The last 4 ends on this and Barry Ward and Dylan Fisher's rink. And 2 ends to go on Ray Purdy and Todd Simmons' rink in what's been a really close game again. This is where we were talking before about noise and stuff like that, and what, you know, leads and seconds can do in a game, and this is where you're not left out. You know, if you guys across the rinks, you can hear that things have gone quiet, but you know, this is when you want to really try and lift your own players and give them encouragement. You know, once the leads and seconds have let their bowls go, you know, make a bit of noise.
Absolutely.
Right. Oh, what a magnificent result he's got out of that.
That is a fantastic result. For those who know me, I will normally, not when I'm not on the commentary box, I will be adding that bit of noise, and as when Pete's here as well, we would be. So that's probably contributing to that little bit of quietness today when there's a little lull in noise. Peter,
if anyone
I would...
had been here 2 weeks ago, just they knew I was here and they knew Katie was here, so...
When we go to away games, I know that a couple of the opposition girls, there's only one person here, but it sounds like there's a lot more than one person.
Doesn't hurt, and you're not doing anyone any harm.
Grant Hills has just joined us from Tasmania. He said, great game to watch. Coaching would be a plus at our club, but watching games as a skip helps a great deal also.
Absolutely, Grant. Absolutely.
Oh gosh, what's
Ali's
happened
been
there?
stiff there.
That's a tough result.
Lots of big bowls being played right across the rinks at the moment.
So the rink that needs it least has just had a dead end. We've got some rinks on 19 ends, and Shorey and Benwell are still on 4. They were on their 15th, and they've just had a dead end.
Had a dead end?
Yep.
It's interesting again, Katie, that their heads, even now that the sun's come out and it's been out for a while, these guys have adapted.
Yeah, tightened up again, hasn't it?
It's really tightened up. Don't know that Rhino's got a lot of danger here. Again, good line. If he just comes to the back a little more.
Yeah.
No. He hasn't added to the width of the head. It's not an easy shot that Ali's got to play here.
What would he be looking for? Would he be looking for the front orange?
I would think he'd be looking for the front orange, but even if he can, with a good solid weight, I would think.
Yeah, because there's a few Croydon bowls spread throughout the back of the head, so...
Well, how about really big weight then on the backhand.
Oh.
He wasn't far away. Quarter of a
I think
bowl.
it'd be quite hard to just get the orange out there.
So 2 shots to Croydon again. So they retake the lead.
This is going to be, I feel like this is going to be a tit for tat game right down to the end.
I'm glad you're looking after the scoreboard, girl.
Oh, it's going to be.
And I mean that in the nicest possible way.
It'll be very interesting,
Trying to be politically correct here.
So we've got 18-22.
They're all close games. All close games.
Yep.
What we like to see.
18-22 on 19. So I think Croydon have done a great effort here to peg back from what was a big lead initially to Ali and his rink. But similarly, Benwell's done the same on his rink. He was down by quite a bit and he's pegged that down. So it's reflective of the tight game overall.
And a lot of it's been the front end. The front end's bowls have never been that far away.
Yeah.
You know, if Zach's failed, Sachi's played a good bowl. But likewise, with Hayden and Lisa, they've complemented each other really well. And you have a look as we speak. Another great lead bowl.
Yeah. And I think for me, the standouts have been Sachi and Lisa. The battle they've had on this has been phenomenal. Yep. Patricia, welcome. Great to have you here. I'm Katie O'Halloran, Bowls Victoria Board Director and Vice President here at Croydon, and joined by Pete Middleton, who has thankfully come on board here at Croydon as our technical coach this year. Pete's also played around 170 or 180 games for Victoria and won a multitude of state, regional and club titles. So we're very thankful to have him here at Croydon, but also I'm very thankful to have him joining me here
we're having
on
a bit
commentary.
of fun together.
Yep.
So 2 newbies doing all this, trying to get rid of Jimmy. No, we're not.
Yeah, this is both of our first time basically on the commentary, so appreciate the kind words.
There's some outstanding bowls being played
It's
across
phenomenal,
the
isn't
here.
it?
The reply of Zach's on the backhand to just sit Hayden's bowl, magnificent. And again, Sachi is not that far away, just slightly underlined. Beautiful weight.
So I think Clayton have just got their nose in front again now. Purdy Simmons has gone to 14-17. So literally again tit for tat.
They're actually playing their last end too.
Yep. I think we'll be here for a while yet.
We could well be. And that's not all bad from Les Such, just playing past the head. If Lisa just takes a fraction of the weight off here, which she has done, even if she gets the right or turns the bowl into a better home, widens the head a little bit, and give Dave a good go at this as well. If Wunsch can find the port between the front 2 bowls, with just dead draw weight in the gap, he'll end up with a phenomenal shot here.
Great shot there.
Just
by
like that. Perfect way to bowl.
So Zali, I think, just called 3 down. Doesn't look like it on the screen, but
Again, the perspective that you get from the side is a little bit strange, but it is 3. And Dave is just going to sail that little bit wide again. The whole nature of this synthetic green here at Croydon, just when you look for that little bit of weight, it will hang. It's been interesting too, Cody, with Croydon here, because Croydon have chopped and changed from playing on the grass to the plastic.
Absolutely.
And I think, again, at this level of competition, you know, we're talking about exceptional, and they are. They're the elite of the state that playing, and you know, those that are coming from interstate, they can play on all surfaces, and any small advantage you might be able to take with, you know, home ground advantage being on a synthetic that changes a little bit. Club needs to take, and those that do play on synthetic, you know, and play on the grass.
Yeah.
And the club is lucky here that they've got two very reasonable clubs, or greens, albeit not under cover.
Yep.
Delicate shot here from Unch. That's a pretty good home too. So Ali's looking for a lot more weight now that he's got cover at the back.
So Snapper's Baz is just blocking the scoreboard, but I think Snapper might have just hit the lead.
He has taken the lead as well. What a magnificent shot. That's a big, big bowl when you want it at the end of the game. It's a solid turnover of 4 shots from 1 down.
Absolutely.
Well, 2 down, 3 down to 3 up. It's a 6-shot turnaround.
So
One bowl, that's how quick it can
Clayton
change.
are a handful in front at the moment. With them playing some very strong shots across the board right now.
Yep, and that's what it's about.
Yeah.
The money end of the game.
Absolutely.
The Croydon boys have just got to hold their nerve. Still a lot in this. It's a great shot here from Rhino.
Yeah.
That is an exceptionally good save.
So he's definitely cut out 1, maybe hard to
I would reckon it's nearly he's cut out 2.
2, yeah. Hard to tell with the camera angles. Say from where we're sitting he's cut out 2, but then the camera angle says maybe not.
We just get Brad to run over, you know, and move the cameras around so that we can see. No? Oh, no, it's all right, Brad.
Oh,
Great shot.
great reply by Ali.
So rather than draw for a second, take it out, now back to 3. So can he replicate?
Leaves us in no doubt as to how many shots. So the challenge Rhino has here is that anything he puts in there again, Ali's got another bowl to come to just peel it off. Ooh, everyone's laughing. A magpie just got clipped by a bowl.
I wonder what the rule is for that. Yeah, just interference from an outside object. Do we get it again?
Well, the bowl ended up heavy, so he's probably happy it clipped it because it would have ended up even heavier.
I think we've got a bit more weight on this, have we? He's close again.
He's very close. He's probably closer.
Exceptional bowls.
Yeah,
exceptional
almost identical
bowls.
bowl. Well done,
Brilliant
Rhino.
bowl. The boys are playing good bowls. Certainly holding their own. So I think Ali will go with weight again, having gone with the first. We go fire 2.
He has gone weight again.
He likes it.
Oh, it's two phenomenal bowls by Ali.
Brilliant bowls. 4 great bowls.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, actually 5 when you look at Dave's bowl. So, no, that's a big turnaround. That widens the gap for Clayton.
Yep, 3 shots. So this will be the last end that we're streaming here. So as you can tell, we do have one end one rink that is significantly behind everyone else. we will do our best to get some wide camera angles going. It will definitely not be the same quality of what you've had in terms of up at the ditches, but we will do our best then to commentate and keep you updated with whose bowls are whose. We may not be as across the players and what bowls they're using, but we'll do our best. Alan Law has just said, "G'day, Peter. I haven't seen you for 30 plus years. Cheers."
Hello, Lawman. I hope you are well, bro. Up north. The Sun Sheriff's doing all right too. So Dylan Benwell's picked up a couple of shots on Robin Shaw too, so there's now only 3 the diff there, so it's 10-shot lead, I think it is now, to Clayton. And this again is what we were talking about, just this level of competition and how close it actually is. And unfortunately for Croydon, this is an all too familiar kind of story where they're very competitive, and then it's just at the money end. Not for want of endeavour or anything like that, but it's just the experience perhaps, being able to deal with the pressure. They are given their all. And the belief is that they're competitive. They're holding their own.
Sachi just
Good
coming
shot from Sachi.
under the head there, but good bowl. Great weight. I think this is where Croydon need to just focus on getting the one. Every single shot counts. Still a few ends to go. Another great reply by Lisa.
By Lisa. She's had a stellar game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Short in stature but big in heart. And this is not a million mile away either from Sachi.
No.
Just dying. Another bowl on the head.
So Ray
Ray
Purdy and Todd Simmons, first ring to finish. They haven't put up the score just yet, but as soon as it is, we will update. It looks like it may have been a Clayton score based on where the bowls are finished.
Clayton boys and girl high-fiving each other, so
Which
I reckon they've got over the line.
Good effort, given Ray and the team were up for the majority of the day. They've fought back right at the end there.
I reckon Tash, after playing late Friday night and then tripped down, playing yesterday and again today, be welcoming having a rest.
I would think so. Oh, it was a Croydon shot. One shot to Croydon. So one rink down to Croydon there, one rink up to Clayton.
So Wunsch here looking to either promote Lee Such's bowl or just draw past it. No, or under the head, looking to take the bowl itself. Oh, it's a fickle game. Good home from Dave.
Croydon have just picked up one shot there, I think, on Baz Ward's rink.
So again, a really close game there. To the diff with one end to go. With two ends to go, sorry. Katie's just laughing at me. Told you I was psycho. It's not all bad from Unch. He's finished past there, but they didn't have a bowl behind the head.
Ignore the update that's coming very quickly.
1666.
Yeah, 1617. It was a great result by Wardy, if that's the case.
So Ali just looking for a delicate draw, either sit Hayden's bowl and roll in, or just come underneath. Has he got the legs?
Vici over with Benwell has played some phenomenal drives today. I think he's killed two ends, which is what's contributing to them being so much further behind, not just Robin Shaw's slowness.
Correct.
But he's also just taken out what was a bowl straight on Kitty that obviously Croydon desperately needed.
Really important bowl here, and every bowl's important, but particularly for Rhino here.
Yep.
Ali's starting to walk, which was
He hasn't got
just
the weight.
it is. The weight's all right.
Oh, yeah,
the
he's just
line,
narrow.
just beautiful draw weight. Well, he just needs that touch of width. Certainly looks to have the weight, if not a little bit more. All the boys
He
are in the
likes
row,
it.
but he's close. And he's found the hole. And it just won't fall over. They don't give away a lot, these guys, do they?
No.
They're just all standing around and going, So just from what Unch has just said, draw another one.
Give him
So
a chance.
suggest we
He's looking at the big board, the overall.
have
just
shots,
said-
so another one would be good.
Yep.
You know, 10 ends to go, anything could happen.
And
Has he the weight? Great effort, great weight, just that slightly bit tight.
so that concludes the streaming on this rink. We think it's one to Croydon, is what we think it
it's
is.
one to Croydon.
Ali's just run over
He's
to
a
give
good
it,
boy, changing
put
the
it up.
scoreboard.
Yep,
and it was.
thank you,
So
Ali.
another close game, 6 shots in it. 6 to Clayton.
So just bear with us, guys, while we set the wide angle up so that we can keep you updated on the other rinks. Obviously, we'll focus most of our attention on the Robin Shaw, Dylan Benwell match, given they've got... what have they got? They're up to rink end 15.
Still got 6 ends.
So
Well,
they've still
5
got
ends
six-
after this one,
yeah.
but 6 ends to go.
5 to 6 ends to go.
Barry Ward and Dylan Fisher, young snapper, have still got, they're playing their second last end, the penultimate.
Yeah.
And again, that's close. So
So the angles won't be as fantastic as what you've seen on the Rhino rink.
Athlete's just drawn another shot for Barry Ward. And Dylan Benwell's playing with weight and has just peeled the jack off 2 Croydon bowls, laying up against it.
I've been put in charge of camera work, so just bear with me because the button I've been told to press isn't working, while Brad, our technical specialist, is off moving the cameras so that we can actually get some good vision for you guys behind each rink. So we might be for a minute or two stuck with just watching the head. Oh, shit.
But I'll commentate, so it's all right. Katie's now destroying everything here. So we've got on the Shaw Benwell rink, Dylan's holding 1 shot with Robin Shaw playing his last bowl. Dylan's only an inch, 2 inches away from the bowl, from the jack, sorry. And Robin has just gone under the head, so that's a single shot, I would think.
I worked it out.
You've done well then.
Took me a bit longer than it should have, but we got there.
Well done, Katie.
Brad is madly running around and moving the cameras. And we will then obviously need to brief the players to say that they're now on the stream drink, and so they may not be as good at abiding to the cameras and not standing in front of it.
So is this another first? Changing rings?
I think they've done it maybe just to the next door rink. I don't think they've been as effective at doing it across. But
we've got to be a first at something, Katie. Here.
We can, but given they're five ends behind everyone else.
No, we want to give everyone. Yeah, it'd be horrible if we just finished the game and the one rink and left it at that. So Brad's doing a huge job here. He's been sensational. Barry Ward has just tried to add. I think they're holding 1, maybe 2 on their rink, on their second last end. We have young Dylan with his final bowl and summing up the situation.
So just with where the cameras are pointed right now, I won't be able to show you the players delivering because they've got the mat quite far back. So we'll just show you, and albeit similarly, you can't see exactly where the jack is, so you can see the skip's reaction to the bowls just while we work through getting the cameras set up properly.
So Dylan has let his bowl go and he's drawing to the head. And he's just finished wide with good weight. See what the score is here.
So the lead for Clayton on the Benwell Shaw rink has just drawn a toucher. Got a good reception there.
So it was a good pick-up of 3 shots on Barry Ward's rink against young Dylan. So that puts them the 1 up.
And Bomber, who was the lead for Croydon over on for Robin Shaw, has just replied and got shot back. Again, you can't see that on the screen, but that's what he's been able to do.
And Katie's just doing the right thing and adjusting the ends because we don't have 10 ends to go. We only have 6 ends to go. So Robin and Dylan have still got their this and 4 more, and Dylan and Barry are on their last end. So great start from Troy Stafford. He's put a bowl just jack high. We have Mark Lord delivering on his forehand for Robin Shaw.
Robin's called out good line. Troy's put a second bowl in the head.
So Dylan's holding 1 shot at the moment.
Oh, great lead response there by Snapper's lead after a bowl that was, what, probably 2 metres short.
Yep.
There.
Great correction.
and thank you to the amazing Brad, we now can see the Shaw Benwell rink.
Sit your own, you two. Draw to your own.
Jono Watkins, it's leading.
Pete's done it again. He's been on mute talking.
So for those that are who don't know the players that we're watching at the moment, so we've got Jono Watkins leading for Clayton, Peter Studd second, Alan Veach third, and young Dylan skipping. And for Croydon,
We have Michael Brown, bomber. We'll probably refer to him. Mark Lord, or you may hear him called out as Bobcat. My other half, Mark O'Halloran, Funky, and Robin Shaw.
great.
I don't want to be too biased, but that was a very good shot. Well done, Funky.
You can be as biased as you like. You know, it was a brilliant bowl. Bear Jack, good weight. Even if he missed, he was never going to finish in a bad home.
Yeah. Going back to third the last few weeks has definitely reinvigorated his bowls, and he's loving it.
And again, it's an interesting, we talk about compatibility and the different natures of different individuals, and talking with, Mark, and he's really enjoying the calming influence that, someone like Robbins, gives him, and the confidence that he plays in the bowls. You've got Bomber and Lordy at the front end who are very quick.
Yep.
Get a little frustrated, and they've openly said they get frustrated with the speed at which Robin plays, but as we've said to them, they put their bowls down, they can get involved in other ways, and you can almost play as, almost like a pairs game where it's the front half and then it's the back half. And it really has worked really, really well in the last couple of weeks.
Yep. Athlete pulling in a great bowl there.
So Matty Crichton's played a huge bowl, and cut it down from 2 to only 1 down for Dylan Fisher. Alan Veach has played his bowl, and as you can see, it's sailed past. And there's been an equally good bowl played on Dylan Benwell's. He's just played a magnificent shot and made 2, potentially even 3.
Yeah, very good shot there.
With not a lot to go at for Barry Ward. Funky's let it go again.
Robin blocking the view.
Yep, and looking, and he's sailing just that little bit. If he gets a turn on the bowl. Barry Ward's played his first bowl to a head where he's 2 to 3 down. Hasn't changed the head in any way.
Finished 2 to 3 foot short, unfortunately.
Slightly playing with a fraction of weight and ran into some short bowls. So he may have opened up a bit of a route to the head. Dylan Benwell's playing weight.
A bit of weight as well.
Great bowl.
Good result.
Yep.
And again, it's interesting, at this level of bowls, you don't hear any applause for a lucky shot or anything like that. They just accept the result and they move on.
Yep. Now, have we got the scoreboards up to date? 1925, 2019, 15, 17, 16, 14, we do.
Yep. So Funky's just made the call that their whole Croydon is still holding one shot. And that'll see the completion of Barry Ward's game with Dylan Fisher, and I think Dylan has probably picked up 2 on the last end to have a points win for Clayton. Just confirm that when they go to change the scoreboard. Sensational bowl from Kelly, the third, to make the 2. And it was 2 for a one-shot win. So with just the 1 ring to finish with the 5 ends, 7-shot difference. I'm not sure if Dylan's now turned bowling for shot. They're now looking. And Funky's indicated 1 down, thanks to Dylan's last bowl. No, you go. Oh, go. Sorry guys, I should actually mute myself rather than try and talk quietly to Katie. So the scoreboard as we've got it here, 7 shots the difference with the 5 ends to go. Robin's 1 down on the head. He's playing weight to dislodge the bowl. He's very close to the shot, great shot. Not much of a rousing applause, a little bit, quietly. So this is a lot closer than what I think Funky thought it might be. And generally you go with the person who's actually measuring that they know at this level. So, called for the umpire. I think Vichi's pretty confident that he's got shot. So in the background we got Aussie Crawl going, the boys light up. Umpire Peter Arnaud, who's going out to measure with the Dremel. Again, technology, it's interesting. There was a conversation that was on the last night of bowls, which I found really interesting, and you had Barry Lester and supported by Aaron Sheriff, Omar. And they were just talking about how far bowls, when it comes to showing bowls live and stuff like that, but what opportunities there could be with technology. You have Clive Adams, who's done a sensational job with all the statistics and stuff like that. And again, these are all things that other elite sports that are televised all have access to. But how good would it be if we actually, they were using laser measures, which, Revelation can't get anything more accurate than the laser. But how would it be if we actually had, speed guns that were actually showing the speed that a bowl was to come down and the angle that they would come down in exactly the way that they're doing it now with cricket, tennis, everything. And I know it might be pie in the sky and hope, but things like that give everyone watching the opportunity to understand the physics of the game, the mathematics of the game. As again, like we said, it's all really easy just to, line and weight,
Yep.
two variables. Not quite so for those that have played the game. And if we were able to understand, just exactly how the bowls work and, the angles that, bowls come in on and the speed that they're delivered, the cleanliness of a delivery and how much weight dropping the bowl might have taken off a bowl,
There you go.
So no, the boys were wrong. It was actually 2 down, so that's 1 to Clayton. So with 4 ends to go, there's an 8-shot difference.
On 17.
So it's interesting, the crowd's actually grown a little bit here, which is nice. And yes, I know that we've got a lot of the guys that are actually coming back to actually, watching, the game and all that. I can't think of a better way to turn around and spend your Sunday afternoon though. Company of good people. Thank you, Katie.
Oh, thank you, Pete. And Tony Sherwell, CEO of Bowls Vic, passes on his sincere thank you for joining us as well.
No, my pleasure, mate. My pleasure. Only too happy to help. The game's been so good to me and I'm only just glad to be able to give something back. Great start from Jono Watkins. Bomber chasing him down. It's not a million mile away either.
Nah, just pulling up a little bit short. Bomber's probably been our informed lead, I'd say, across the 4 ranks for Croydon.
He is the grumpy old man. I think he and I fight for the title for that. And here at the
I'd
moment.
say I love Bomber, but I think he'd win that hands down.
Okay. He is a competitor. Been around for a long, long time. And again, another player who's played in many different positions, but he's more than comfortable with the role that he plays. And he's been exceptional.
So Shory's calling Bomber to the back lead bowl. So doesn't want him to draw a shot. He just wants him to get a bowl behind the head.
Robin's getting down. He likes the look of this. And just kisses the jack, but he opens it up and he's done exactly what he's wanted.
Yep.
Another bowl on the head, slightly behind. Yeah, Bomber is a really good example to all those that have been playing bowls for a long time. Bomber came to me early in the season and wasn't comfortable with his consistency in line. Stiff there. As Peter just cut the jack. And we worked for the 3 weeks, hour each, and his consistency, and again I think that's been the thing that's been outstanding, Katie, is that his consistency in being able to put bowls in the zone, to help his team. And yeah, I agree with Katie. I might be a bit biased, but I think he has been the standout leader for Croydon this season.
Lordy, aka Bobcat, coming down with a very good bowl.
And a great bowl again.
This is a very important game for Croydon, so Pete and I will do our absolute best not to become too biased as we get to the very tail end.
I'm sitting on my hands and keep going on the dump button because, yes, I'm just afraid of what I might say. And I don't want to blow anyone's ear drums off.
Great response here by...
Great shot.
I don't know the Clayton players as well, but a great response there. He is blocking the camera
Peter.
and he's just been realised. They realised he's done that. There you go. Robin likes it again. Seems to be a tad wider.
He's got great weight again. Turn
Lordy
around,
definitely likes
exactly the same bowl.
Looks
Magnificent shot. Great consistency.
It's two really good twos battles we've seen today.
Absolutely.
Between Les and Lisa over here earlier, and now
Peter and Lordy.
Peter and Lordy.
And one thing on this rink too, the ditch side has a huge bend on it, as most greens do. Even grass greens on the ditch side. You almost can't get out wide enough.
Yeah. Not a bad
Alan
response
Beach
by Veach.
played a great response, good second shot.
Yep.
Gives the Croydon guys something to rest on.
Yep, work into. Ooh, Robin's calling him the other way.
I'd be surprised knowing Robin. Again, Robin is one of these who, again, I won't call it defensive, but he's protective.
Yeah.
So he protects the shot that he has, makes sure that he's got bowls in the head, and if he can change the head around slightly to make it harder for his opposition, he will. So as it stands at the moment, you know, you've got two bowls that are just behind the jack, but it's a nice wide target that Alan Veach can play to.
Oh no, he's caught him that hand.
Yep. So if Mark could have sat that bowl or even just turned the jack slightly, he's slightly overweight.
Yep.
Veach can make the correction with his line. His weight was magnificent. Good delivery. Not going to quite stay up. No inside edge.
Ooh. So that was a Croydon bowl.
That was Bomber's bowl, which is just
hence
turned
the
in.
name Bomber, the red and black.
The red and
Bomber
black.
is a mad Bombers supporter, and he has the bowls to match.
It's funny, I'm not used to the bowls falling over like they used
Yeah.
to, but that one did.
Funky would be hoping to put a better bowl in than his last, and I can say that because I know he'd want to.
He's got the line, not sure of the weight.
No, he will not be happy with that end at all.
No, it just got her away slightly rough. Beautiful line. Really easy sitting here judging, isn't it?
Absolutely.
My mother always said, never miss a shot from the bank.
And every shot looks easy from the bank too.
Always. I think they're looking just for a bit of movement or very close. Again, big bowl for Robin. He could turn around
Absolutely.
and just draw the jack slightly.
Yep.
Be pretty close to 2 as it stands.
Yeah.
I know he
After
wouldn't.
knocking Bomber's bowl in there.
Yep. I don't think he doesn't want to necessarily leave something that widens the target or enables Dylan to play with any change in weight or line to give him something to work off. Though I think he is playing forehand, he may well be looking for cover.
Got a couple of bowls back there. You got Funkies and Lordies back there. Maybe he's looking to play in off Bomber's bowl.
Dylan stalking his bowl. He
And the
doesn't
Clayton
mind
boys
it.
blocking the camera, so apologies, we couldn't see that either. So this rink that we're watching is the furthest rink from where we're sitting, so it makes it, we do rely on the camera just as much as you guys at home to call it.
So I would think that that's actually made sure that it is only 1 shot to Croydon.
Yeah.
And I would think Robin will go, being a left-hander, will go to his backhand.
Yes, he has. He's just asked to see the peg on that backhand.
The creature of habit that Robin is.
Yeah.
Dead draw to the jack could potentially make 3 shots here. He's just going to side wide. So that's 1 to Croydon.
Croydon, which makes it 17-15.
So up to the penultimate end, or is it? No,
Nope,
3 to
still
go.
They are
It's all
slow.
right, I'm going by 1 scoreboard, and the other scoreboard tells me that that was the 81st end.
81st end. You're going well.
81st end?
I thought you were talking about their... On their
Okay,
81st on
18
their...
and 1. No, I'm
Yeah,
not dyslexic.
that's what I was
Thanks,
gonna
Katie.
say.
No, just hold on. Let me just quickly add up 21, 21, 21 and 18. I think that's 81. Is it 81?
Yeah.
Tell me, Brad, it's 81.
Oh,
You got to have fun while you're doing this.
absolutely.
So pardon our indulgence, those watching.
I thought you were talking about 81st as in 1881. They're getting them back to front.
You know, dyslexic, 18,
Oh,
181881. It's just,
and the worst, if anyone tries to tell me how to spell a name or read out a phone number, they have to read it out at a snail's pace, because otherwise I'll just write it down. I can't do it. I'd like to think of myself as a reasonably intelligent person, but when it comes to that, I lose my marbles.
well, Mark says you're intelligent, so that's a good start.
I think he has to say that.
Reasonable start from Bomber.
Yeah. Although he,
Almost
again,
in the scoring zone.
Bomber's a very critical person, so
I
he
know,
probably
he'd
won't be
hate
happy with
he's
that.
not on top of the jack.
But again, as a lead, you don't necessarily have to be on top of the jack. You need to be in that sort of scoring zone. And
Absolutely.
I think the way that especially Vici and Benwell have been bowling behind the jack, you know, that even that far behind, the jack is still the scoring zone. See his correction here. It's gone narrow, but how's the weight? Better
Yeah,
weight.
enough for shot though. It's funny the number of times we see players make a correction then an overcorrection.
Yep.
And generally suggests that the first bowl's been got away not quite 100%. And so when you make the correction and then you get the bowl away well, you almost double up the correction. looks to be a reasonably weighted bowl here from Mark Lord.
Looks very good here from
There's
Lordy.
the last three ends, he's played some sensational bowls.
And I think judging by the amount of times I've heard his name called today, I think he's had a pretty good day.
Let's see what Pete can do. He's following him down on the forehand. Just slightly through unless he lands the ball, not quite. But again, not in a bad home.
So I think that shot that Robin's just called, which is getting Lordy to play into those two Clayton bowls, is reflective of Robin's very protective style of bowling. And I think if we look at Robin, what's this, probably his fourth game as
Fifth game.
Fourth or fifth?
Yes, yep.
At Croydon this season. Whenever he's lost, he's not lost by big margins. And if he's won, he hasn't won by big margins either. I think I was over at
He's made it competitive.
Yeah, made it competitive. And, you know, I think it was over at Mentone. At one point, they were on 12 ends and the score must have been 7-6. So you're either winning ones or losing ones, and that's, at this level, so important.
And Katie makes it really, as this bowl, still just sailing a fraction. Katie makes a really valid point because, you know, I'll give you an example of two games for Croydon where the game at Mentone, you know, the score was 13-18. Okay, 31 shots scored.
Yep.
And then we go another game, so I think it might have been Altona, where it's 13-39.
Yeah.
So the home side has still scored the same number of shots, but it's the number of shots that they've ended up losing that's, you know, the tell. You know, a rink unfortunately loses by 26 shots. It's really, really hard to cover that with three rinks, let alone one rink.
Yeah, absolutely.
Robin likes this again.
It's a good bowl here by Funky.
So that's 4 shots, putting the pressure a little bit on. Only 3 shots, sorry. Even with my glasses, it doesn't work, Katie.
So Vichi's typically played some very big drive shots today, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes on with this draw.
And on the wide backhand too.
Yep.
Good camera work from Brad, thanks mate.
Yeah, doing a stellar job as always. He's not far away here.
No, he's very close here.
He's very, very close. Ooh.
Just falling that out short, so but still bowl on the head.
Probably cut one
Cuts
out.
the damage by 1.
And for those at home, this sort of conversation is again just reflective of the thoroughness of Robin and probably talks to that sort of little delay we're seeing on this rink as to why, albeit I think they've had 2 dead ends as well, courtesy of Vichi's drives, successful drives. But yeah, the thoroughness as well is what's driving a little bit of a slower finish.
But again, Robin is very articulate and he makes sure that his players know exactly what shot he's looking for so that there is no question. You know, and you see a lot of skippers that'll just wave their hands around or say draw here, draw there, play
No
with
idea
weight. But what sort of weight do you want?
want.
Do you want a yard? Do you want a 12 feet? Do you want to the ditch?
Yeah,
do you want a
ditch weight.
full-blooded drive? Or, you know, what do you actually want me to achieve with the bowl?
And again, I think it's just working. Thank you again, Robin, for blocking the camera view. I'm going to say, knowing Funky's bowls, that it's probably going to come in pretty well. There you go.
It's another shot he's drawn.
Yep.
Great shot from Funky.
I think, you know, from the change-up we had 4 or 5 weeks ago, albeit this rink's a little bit slower to finish, it's working.
Certainly making Vici have to think about what he's going to do here. He's not that far. He
was only, what,
maybe a yard.
Yeah.
Not even that short. But
seems like, do you reckon Ben
but
Moss called
again,
him
he's
with
looking
weight
for
then?
weight. No.
Yeah.
When in
through-
doubt, if you have the confidence in your ability, and he's been playing with good weight for
I was
the
gonna say
most of the day.
Yeah, he's been pretty accurate today when he's been on the drive.
Yep.
So Croydon don't have any really at the back, do they?
Yeah, but you would think with the distance and that it's fairway away, and if he does get Jack,
It's
it's more likely to kill than anything.
Yeah.
So we go fire one.
Oh, it's gone forward. It's gone out though. Has it?
I don't know that it has.
No, it hasn't. Robin's picked up his cane too.
Well, it was a good result from 3
Very
down
good.
to 1 up, or 4 down to 1 up.
Yep.
It was one of the few times where you would say, thank goodness for short bowls.
Yeah.
But again, the guys of this ability, that should be well within their capabilities to turn around and be able to draw within that.
Be an interesting draw on this hand because of the fact you need to go so wide.
Yep, and slightly offline. Yep, absolutely. And again, Robin being shown where the boundary line is, so that he has a firm understanding, Jack high, of where he's got to draw to. And interesting, he's choosing to play his backhand inside out.
I'm going to suspect that might end up out.
Travelling a bit.
Oh, it's no stayed in as well. About
Just
6
the
foot
weight.
through.
Yep. And Dylan going to the wide side.
Be interesting to see how the wide side comes through.
He has good weight here. That's a very
He's
good bowl.
done a fantastic
A
bowl
very,
there.
very good bowl, Dylan Benwell.
That is a very good bowl. Especially on that very tricky ditch side.
It's one of these situations, do you actually just look to draw, or do you try and trail the Jack
Yeah.
with a look
Out.
to see if you can take it out? His weight is far better.
Very, very
Great
good.
attempt, great attempt.
So the jack is just in front of the green and white bowl there on the screen.
So Robin's finished probably 2'6" past
Yep.
old imperial measurement.
Yeah.
Always most blows me away with this game how even the young ones still talk in inches and feet and yards.
Well, I think you've got no choice when I started to learn 2 great bowls by Dylan.
Great bowls, Dylan Benmore.
2 great bowls. When I learned to bowl, I had no idea about foot or inches, but when your skip's telling you you're 2 foot past or you're 3 foot past,
You learn pretty quick, don't you?
well, do you know what? I'm probably showing my age. The only way I know, I think about it, I think how many Subway footlongs is it? That's the way I think about it. Otherwise,
Priceless.
I have no idea. So that is 2 to
And
Clayton.
that makes
That's all up on that
makes
rink
it extremely difficult now for
Croydon to get the
Croydon,
win, I'd
but
say.
You begin to think about the rink win
Now,
in particular.
yep.
So in the position Croydon find themselves in, even rink wins become all important.
Especially.
And look, this doesn't hurt Clayton either. At least 16, to
Points.
2 points.
I believe Clayton had a loss yesterday, so understandably
did.
came out a little bit more probably hungry today.
Yep.
Just given how close it is on the ladder from that sort of 3rd down to almost 6th, 7th position. And then I suppose we've obviously got the drive to avoid relegation. With Lilydale getting some points yesterday didn't help us. And we only walked away with 1 point. Bombers coming down with a good first lead bowl here.
Yeah. In that zone that we were talking about, the scoring zone.
So I think if it'll be interesting. I mean, if we lose today, Croydon lose today, I think this is reflective again, and you could walk away with 0 points.
And
But
yet
how
they've been
reflective?
competitive, right
Competitive,
throughout
and
the
this
game.
is there's been multiple games like this.
Yep.
But you look at the scoreboard and you think, oh, there, 3 wins, not many rink points, and you walk away with nothing. It's very, very frustrating.
But I think people would appreciate the standard of the game and stuff like that. And it has been a pretty high standard of bowls.
I think all credit to Clayton, sort of chasing the tail early on and managed to level it before Croydon got out again. And sort of managed a 20-shot turnaround in the last 20 ends.
Yep.
So,
and look, they have both. A lot of people reckon that it's just the back end, but
it's a very experienced whole of team.
It is. It's a whole of team, and as we've said today, you look at the
the leads
video
and
rank
seconds.
today, the leads, the seconds. The game of Lisa was exemplary.
Yep.
And again, it's who set it up. Maybe I might have to bow to my dad's better judgment that maybe the second needs to be the best bowler in the rink. But no, it just shows that, and it is again, Katie. It's a team effort.
Yep.
And as long as the whole team's all pulling together in the same direction, you can only be looking up. So see if Mark Lord can continue his fine vein of form. He's not that far away. Might be a little bit overweight here. Inside edge of the bowl. So it's interesting, Katie, you talk about like yesterday's game, Clayton have played Bandura, who's sitting in second position.
Yep.
And they only win 1.5, rinks, they get beaten by 4 shots.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing, isn't it?
Exactly the same thing. It just tells you
Deer
how
Park,
close the
Yarraville, Footscray.
competition. Well,
A couple of weeks ago, they walked away with 2 points, 2 drawn rinks.
Yep.
What did they go down by? 2 shots?
Mm-hmm.
And you walk away with 2 points?
Yep.
It's just, I think the ladder isn't reflective of it, and I know that there was a comment, probably everyone on the live stream's probably seen it, on Bowls Talk Victoria about how unequal Premier Division is and local clubs like ours coming up and not performing. And I think quite a few people came to it wasn't obviously aimed at us, but came to our defence. And I know that a couple of players put up some deep analysis about there's only been a few matches this year that have been blowouts. It's just that certain games, games haven't gone certain clubs' ways, and that's what is reflected in the ladder, as opposed to just really how competitive it really
couldn't
is.
agree more, but the whole situation with the Premier Division
Great
has
bowl
been...
by Vici.
No, brilliant bowl. Has been around for a long time. Dad was chairman of the match committee going back a number of years ago when he was working for Bowls Victoria. And there was always a lot of criticism about the way that, the competition was gauged. And it's always been hard. It's always been hard. And, I would have thought by now that if there was a solution to it, someone would have come up with it.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll make an observation, I can be canned for it, but again, you look at the number of people that play bowls. Look at the number of teams that we actually... great
Just
try
running
by
under
Funky.
the jack there.
The number of teams that are actually competing. You've got clubs that have 4 and 5, 6 teams that are playing, and you've got other clubs that they might only have the one.
Look at Mentone; they've only got 2 teams, and as far as I'm aware, they're struggling sometimes to fill their second
Absolutely.
team. It's a phenomenal
But
effort.
the competition is a metropolitan-wide competition. You look at every other sport that's played, with the exception again maybe of golf, but at golf you've got a far smaller group of people.
What is it, 5
Most
people?
people
3-5
turn around
people.
and play competitions on a Saturday within the club. The Pennant season is the only other metropolitan-wide competition that I'm aware of. Nearly everything else, AFL football, VFL football, but then you've got all the districts. The Northern Football League, EDFL, Eastern Essendon districts, they all play in associations.
Yep.
Tennis, all play in associations. This is the only competition that has the number of
Full
people
metro.
that we do that play in one huge competition. And I honestly can't see how else, better people than me are needed to determine if there is a better way to play the comp. Great try, Funky. And again, you have this tension in this sport that we all love, that for a lot of people, Premier Division, Division 1, but even when you get to the lower divisions of 2 and 3, it is a competition, it is a game, and yet so many others just see it as being a recreation.
Yeah, yep, absolutely.
So again, how do you cater for that multitude? And I think Bowls Vic, for all the criticism that people give, and it's really easy to turn around and throw darts and shoot bazookas at people, but
Yep.
if you've got a better idea, guys, you step into the roles that Katie's got and help out.
Couldn't echo your thoughts anymore. It's very easy to criticise.
Oh,
Not many people
criticise.
put their hands up to actually help out.
Dylan on the wide side again. I think he'd just be trying to consolidate with another shot close. He's got great weight again. It's in a reasonable home. So Dylan's doing the right thing. He's covering the maybe shots and stuff like that.
Which is, it's all about the big board at this stage for
Absolutely.
them. An extra rink point or 2 points is a bonus, but you just need to protect the numbers.
Yeah, Croydon have got the 4 3-back bowls here, and that's obviously where I think Dylan was trying to get to cover in between the orange bowls of Funky and Lordy. And again, here comes the tension. Do you turn around and try for the the improbable with a 9 shot and pick up numbers, or do you try and get shot, go into the last end, 1 up and hope for a rink win?
Yeah, well, Troy, our coach, was just giving Robin some advice, so I'm sure it was one of the 2 of those plays. With that weight, I'd say he's just looking to draw. But he's
absolutely, and I think he's just that fraction wide.
He thinks he's still playing that ditch hand.
Again, weight pretty good. He's disappointed. And Dylan's now just saying, the 3 behind, he's not that worried about. It still mean that Croydon would have to score 6 on the last end or if it was with Robin's bowl to draw. So I think you'll find that he's looking here to
add to the tally.
And what a lot of players don't do, he's actually, I think, trying to play Robin's shot. And sometimes when you play the opposition shot, you happen to get in the road. Although that one I don't think has achieved anything really.
Barry, it's a good comment. Barry's just said, although I don't like the idea, 3 rinks in Premier could make things interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you look at today, what is it really? It's 1 rink that's sort of set the game apart.
But even that, a 6-shot win at this level of competition or a 6-shot loss is not a huge loss.
No.
Robin's got better weight here.
Funky likes it, arms up in the air. So that's made it.
That makes it interesting. So that's 4 shots to the good.
Well, depending on where the kitty's landed in. Oh, yeah, it'd be 4 shots.
No, 4 shots. So that makes the rink win almost certain. Well, although funnier things have happened. And it allows for the improbable.
So 21-17 on the 20th end. So as they prepare for the last end, just another shout out to our sponsors here, Moama for powering the live stream not only today but every week. To Bioscapes, absolutely. BCIB for being the major sponsor of the Metro Premier Division. Henselite for sponsoring the Vic Open, which we're really glad to be getting back on this year after a couple of years being disrupted obviously by COVID, and a big shout out to our major sponsor here at Croydon. I mentioned them earlier, Stockdale and Lego in Croydon Main Street. Chris Price will and the team do a fantastic job, so anyone local to the eastern suburbs who's looking for any property or real estate advice, please go down and see him.
And I'll say thanks to Brad
Oh,
for
absolutely.
achieving amazing technical, efficiency with all the glitches that we had and moving the cameras around. He's been good, mate. So thank you.
And it's probably meant we've kept you here about half an hour longer, Brad. He could have escaped after the live stream ended on the first drink. So thank you, Brad, for your amazing work. And Pete for joining me. I really appreciate it. If I can speak
look.
English, it would be a good start.
No, you're good. And thanks for Katie, and thanks for everyone out there listening to us. Hope I haven't bored you. Katie with her dulcet tones certainly wouldn't have. No, she's a good kid, and she does, for someone so young who does so much for the sport, both the club here and administratively. She's to be commended. A lot of people don't do what she does, and I think a lot of people should be very thankful for it. So thanks for putting up with me, Katie.
Thanks, Pete. I appreciate the kind words, and it's been great to have you along.
It's funny, it's the opportunity is still there, but
Those 2 bowls don't help you get a big number, do they?
no, they don't.
But 6 more to come from the rest of the Croydon gang.
Anything
So
is
we'll
possible.
see. But at the same time, the fact that the Clayton lead, who I'm terrible with names,
Jono Watkins.
Jono, not having them super close also doesn't put it out of reach
No.
either. So Croydon here is looking for a 5 on this end for a draw, 6 for a win. Obviously quite improbable. And similarly, Benwell's looking for a 4 for a rink draw, 5 for a rink win. Sure, he doesn't mind this from Lordy here. People in the back clapping and congratulating.
Slightly hot, but not bad. Close shot.
Bowl, I'd say.
See what Pete can do here.
Darren McDonald's just said Geelong Prem going 3 rinks next year. Be interesting to see what Jimmy and the team have got planned. I'm sure they've got lots of thoughts running through their head as to what could happen. And Dicko, thank you for watching. I'm sure this the video here by Brad is better than the live stream I've given you the last couple of weeks. So for those that don't know, Dicko is a life member down here at Croydon, has just left us this year to move up to Cobram. And so knowing when Robin Shaw finishes half an hour later than everyone else, and we've had a couple of tight games, I've been FaceTiming Dicko to give him an update. So I'm sure you appreciate Dicko, the camera work from Brad rather than me.
She does her best with the utility and the equipment that she's got. Can I just say, you mentioned about the regional, Pennants and all that, and Bolsvik can learn so much from what these guys do, particularly with large centres like
Not a bad bowl here.
Geelong.
Oh, it's just
Sit
going
the
under.
bowl just underneath. So it's 1 measure for 2.
Sure, calling Mark on, or Funky. No one will know him as Mark. Funky on the forehand to sit into the red maroon bowl. If that's what
Yeah, that's
Maroon.
pretty close.
Sorry, I cut you off, Pete.
No.
Learning
no,
a lot
no,
about-
No, you're good. You're good.
What's he played the other? No, I've gone completely. He's played backhand.
Just going to come up short, trying to be as delicate as he can, very
Ooh.
precise. So that makes
Not
it
happy
pretty
with
hard
that one
now.
at all.
So what do we do here, Katie? Do we turn around and go for the kill for the game win, or do we consolidate the rink win?
That's a good question. I mean, given the position we're in on the ladder, you'd almost have to prioritise the game win, but how likely is it a 5 or 6 shotter on the last ring,
No,
the last
correct.
game? So maybe you have to be happy with 2 points and not none.
Don't know if Johnny Snell watches this, but I can remember playing in a game with Snelly. We were playing Queensland, and
I think Funky's, sorry, I'm going to interrupt, I think Funky's looking for a bit of advice off Troy as to what they should
Yep.
be doing.
And we're playing in a state series in Queensland. We're playing young Robbie Perella. Yep. There wasn't much chance of Robbie picking up a 7 on the last end to win the game, but he did kill it 7 ends in a row.
Just extend the pain.
But just the competitive nature of the beast,
Yeah,
Robbie was
absolutely.
amazing. C bowl, hit bowl, C jack, hit jack.
Well, what, they've got another 35 minutes they can go on for before they time out.
Thank God for that.
Yeah.
Oh, you should see the look Brad's given us.
So this time Robin's called him on the forehand.
Yep. Even if he's just playing over Mike Brown's front bowl.
It's
Under it.
wide. Very, very wide.
Yep.
He will not be happy with those last 2 bowls. And I can criticise.
Isn't it fascinating though? Like again, we talk about the mental application in game of bowls. Like these guys have been playing here now for 20 ends,
Yep.
more with the dead ends and all that. The standard of
4.5
the game has
hours.
been so tight.
And yesterday.
And then, and
look at
then
the last end.
you look at an end like this where I don't know whether it's just trying to be very careful or
Yeah,
what it
everyone's
is,
very
or very
nervous
sure,
or-
but nervous bowls. But there probably isn't a bowl within 3 feet of the jack at the moment.
Yep.
And there has not been one end where it's
That's
been
looked like
anything
that.
like that. Troy's looking to say something.
Troy as coach is coming down off camera, or you can just coming into your top right-hand screen behind the scoreboard to give a bit of advice as to what the best option is.
The bearded man.
Yep. Glad you enjoyed it, Anne. As fun as it is to watch bowls 2 days in a row, I wish there was an extra weekend day to make up for it so I didn't have to go back to work tomorrow.
I don't know if anyone ever or watches much of Jimmy Rees, but I was watching one of his YouTube things and he was commenting about the things the reasons why kids cry. And I thought one of them was very, very profound.
Yeah.
The child was crying because on a Tuesday it wasn't the weekend. And I think most people would actually cry the same. Yeah, he says, I'd love Tuesday to be a weekend. It'd be
That would
good.
be fantastic.
Let's see what Robin's going to do here. With Alan Beach's 2 bowls, it really has taken away any opportunity to score a
To
large
get a
number.
Absolutely.
So it very much is, do we consolidate to get the shot? He's
He's not playing significant weight by any means.
no, it is good solid draw weight. It might be a
He's
bit over.
He's over draw weight into Veach's bowls. It's interesting.
Well, the
Wonder
coach
what
is
the-
happy, so
yeah.
it's interesting with the lay of the bowls. And again, from our position here, we're a long way away, and just with the camera perspective,
What
it's
the options
difficult
are.
to see. But it may well be a situation where they're looking to protect the rink win.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, makes sense if that's what
So
it is.
that if Dylan had a chance of maybe resting a bowl for 3 or 4, because at
I
the end of the
suppose,
day,
yeah.
even
You get the jack back.
Yep,
You've
absolutely.
got a bunch of
So-
5 bowls there.
so that certainly is number 1. Not close enough and jack high that it's not a bowl that Robert can really use. So even if he was going bare jack, it's just bare jack with nothing else really.
Yep.
So there's lots of gaps. So I'd be surprised if we're not looking here just to consolidate. If we drop a 1,
So be it.
so be it, and we still have 2 points for the rink win. And then again, the way that he's lining up going forehand, this is going straight at the jack, so we are
I was
looking
going to say,
for
I
a
did
kill.
see Funky give him the little signal. What do we got on the kill?
No.
Oh, gosh, not far away at all.
So close. He wears his heart on his sleeve.
Look at that. That was millimetres in that. That was a very good effort.
So the way the boys were motioning here, a foot draw on the forehand side by Dylan of the jack, could well make 4 shots
For a rink draw.
for a rink draw.
He just needs to, trail it by Kitty.
He's
foot or
looking.
so. He's done it. Oh, it's gone too far, has it?
It has gone too far. What a great effort. Great game, great competition. Thanks again, Katie.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks to everyone at home. We'll just wait to get confirmation from, although it might take a little bit of time.
Funky. 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 Funky.
So
It was 2 to Clayton that end, so it's 21-19.
So that's a 16-2 result with an end score of 82-75. So a 7-shot win, 16-2 to Clayton, which potentially holds them in good stead that, destiny's in their own hands when
Going
it comes
into
to
what, 3
finals
games
and
to
see
go?
how they go
Is it
with
3
3
games?
games to go.
3
Double
games to
header
go.
again next week. And then the final round the weekend after. So, again, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks everyone at home, and thanks again to our sponsors and Brad for all your fantastic work. And look to see you guys online next week for the stream matches and other 2 games then.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Be safe.